I'll worry about that another time. Oh, I should at least update. Oh, I think I forgot to. Well, whatever. I'll do that another time. Okay. Not fuzzy, non-stop straight. Yeah, I'm seeing some good stuff. It has been pretty hectic for me as well. Not as much grinding as much as just trying to get a little bit of grinding now, because there's some things I didn't know how to do and shit that I have now learned how to do. I'll show you one cool thing real quick. Ah, shit. Oh god, what the why is oh, Chrome is doing the I just gotta pray I don't blue screen. Alright, we're good, we're good. Yeah, that's good shit. I'm seeing clear improvements. Alright, so we're gonna do one Tachie from scratch, but I also want to kind of, maybe not completely, but kind of finish drawing the outfit on one of the other ones. I also realized I forgot to update my, I should probably do that because I like having it. My donation, where the hell is it again? Okay, here we go. Let's see, I probably should have done this before I started streaming. Fuzzy watching goatee based. Yeah, it is a good de-stressor. At least the first 2 seasons definitely are. Yes, yes, it was a risky month. Yeah. I'm running off of like pure nervous energy because I set myself like a soft like JB just slightly. I've given myself like a soft I've given myself some soft deadlines I really want to meet. Now that there's no like unknowns in what I'm doing, Oh yeah, I forgot. Speaking of which, I was gonna show you the cool thing. Little rough. My brother's gonna handle the actual final drawings, but this is just like my little rough, little super move animation. Each character is gonna get a little, you know, kind of in the style of Princess Connect. Yeah, that was like the last little thing I had to like learn how to do yesterday. And it didn't take that long to like figure out like the ins and outs of the tropes and stuff. So I'm pretty like on my way now in the sense that like there's not a single thing on this project that isn't just routine now, which is kind of insane because I wasn't even close to saying such a thing at the beginning of this year. It has been quite a year in that regard. Like composition, animation, some color shit, some just general like drawing design gains as well. Mostly stuff pertaining to like face design and shit. Just so much shit. Oh shit, I forgot what the outfit looks like. I have to pull up the the frickin', what do you call it? Yeah, the original doodle. I didn't turn on the live splits yet because I'm just trying to make we're gonna do one from scratch in a minute. I'm just trying to do add to this one a little bit. Yes, that is the lore. That is the lore. It was from Headbon gave me the idea because they all modify their uniforms in Headbon from the original uniforms. They all have these like crazy outfits, but you can still see like some of like the vestige or whatever of the original outfit design in it, of the original uniform design in it. So I tried to make them in such a way that you can kind of like see the elements of everyone's outfit. Like some elements show up, some elements don't show up, that type of thing. Yeah, that's what I'm really excited about. That's gonna run the thing because it's at its core, it's gonna, and this will be really cool. I mean, you'll see in like, I mean, two months if I meet my internal soft deadline. You'll see in like 2 months. I'm going for like I was actually just talking to my brother about this yesterday. How I'm very person versus person, leaning with conflicts when I like to write. Let me see here. Yeah, this is. I'm very person versus person leaning. So what's actually going to pace this story? Yeah. There's a whole. They have like an opposite thing. I really like opposite foil dynamics. You know, it's a classic. I mean, it's such a bread and butter of like Oda works to do that. Like, you know, you just think of like Guts and Griffith, Lelouch, Suzaku, you know, Gon and Killua. you know, you can go on forever. But yeah, I really love that shit, and that's how I set them up. That's always like, it's rare for me to come up with to not use that as a vehicle when I'm coming up with a story. And yeah, so basically I want to paste the core conflict of the story with them essentially like vying for leadership of the situation. And a bunch of cool shit will come from that. But that's going to be like the key pacer of the story is how like they both want this like kind of they both kind of want this leadership position, but they have very opposite they have very opposite ideas about how that should go and stuff. And well, not always opposite. Well, you'll see. It'll be interesting. It will lead to some very, because it's like survival tension is just survival tension. There's only so tense a situation can get if it's just survival on the line. So when you start putting like pride and identity and, other investments too, related to those things, you can get much more tense scenarios than just, oh, there's monsters that wanna do monster things to us. Devolved into me just going, there's no objective way. Then what if someone just writes David is said because it's the person just, well, maybe the authors. That was there was a whole arc with that with Digibro specifically. It's kind of like a thing that shows up with people who like the idea of doing something but not actually doing the thing. So when you had like Digibro, for example, like he for the longest time like obviously like wanted to be a creator. He wanted to make his own shit. He wanted to write. Sometimes he wanted to draw. He usually wanted to write. And he obviously tiptoed, he procrastinated and tiptoed around actually doing it to the point where, well, he missed the freaking boat. He's an OG-san now, and he never built any creative skills. But the idea of doing so was always appealing to him the whole time. And one thing that will show up a lot with such types is this kind of, it's sort of a shield to try and build up like confidence either in the early stages of learning or before you even can literally even commit to learning in the first place. They'll sort of create this odd like fucking mantra about like subjectivity and shit, that's just really like has nothing to do with anything except like let me try to devise an argument in which you cannot judge me. And I don't mean like toxic judge, I mean just like literally basic creative judgments of, are you doing this well? Are you doing this not well? And not even, are you doing it well or not? But like, is this even like, how would you classify the style? How would this and that? Yeah, it's a common thing. And I haven't dealt with it in forever because I usually don't. The type of crews I associate with have kind of grown up past any of those traps at this point. But yeah, it is a thing. It is a thing you will find. And typically it just registers as like, oh, well, this person's just not serious, Who's Digibro? Yeah, well, that's a damn good question. Should probably leave it unanswered. He was just some crazy dude that used to do. He was big on anime YouTube for a while, and he was like one of the ones who he always refused to go like more court. He was always one of the ones who sort of kept it real, so to speak. But that's all you need to know. There's literally nothing else to say. He was a guy who was popular on AniTube for a while. Yes. Did you rouse the primordial ooze from which I crawl? Yes, you have to actually work. Exactly. Charles put it well. Colin, yo, how are we doing? Yeah, yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Fuzzy. That is a good way of putting it. Any of those ideas are all basically relevant. Like, that's all the... That's kind of what it's all going to come down to. Any form of... It's a form of self-protection at the end of the day. It's just like, if I don't have to interface with, you know, actually the actual work, then, you know, then maybe I can eventually muster up enough confidence to finally dedicate myself to writing or drawing or whatever the hell it is that you want to you know, do. It's funny because it's such like illusion, it's such an illusionary discussion, because like, as far as like how subjectivity and objectivity work in even something that's much harder to parse them, like literature, I mean, you figure that shit out quite quickly. Like, you know, it doesn't take, you know, let alone something like art, which kind of slams the subjective versus objective qualities of the art in your face, like, quite quickly. You know, I think even a basic intermediate has a pretty good handle on what aspects of the art are, you know, just opinion bound and which parts are quality bound. And yeah, I mean, writing and music are not too far off, so it's such a non-issue. It's such like a it's like, it's just not a thing that would be, like, if someone was putting in the work, like, it would just never be a discussion. It would never be a thing that needs time spent on it. Where are we at? Where are we? The truth demands better of you. Exactly. So you can't just do whatever you want. That is a very excellent way of putting it. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's definitely like, they used to frustrate me a lot because they used to frustrate me a lot when I was a little bit younger, because especially if you want to like convey an idea to someone or something, or you want there are certain things that people just cannot be on board with protecting if they're too bound to some kind of like weird dogma like that. Like, for example, you know, if I point out it's very important to, like, let's say, you know, culturally preserve like more esoteric, like otaku art techniques. Someone who's like a subjectivity fundamentalist, whatever, or whatever the hell you want to call it, like, they're gonna not care in all likelihood, because they don't like organizing things, and so as a result, you can't request such a person, you know, culturally sort of spread awareness of the importance of such a thing, for example. And you can apply this to anything. It's just like literally anything. Like if someone doesn't know that like Cheez-Its are really unhealthy, then they're more likely to, if they don't understand just how unhealthy they are, they're more likely to buy them or something. Stuff like that. There's a better metaphor, but you get the point. And so it's like, it can be like, it can almost feel at times like such people have weight and power. And there was a time where I worried about that a lot with like anti-tubers especially. Because there are a lot of anti-tubers who, because they have no concern for preservation of quality and all that stuff, they can spread bad ideas. If their channel gets particularly big, like Gigic, they're even going to be interfacing with, producers and stuff, business people to some extent. Not huge. They're never going to be that influential, but there is some influence there. So it can be like, it can be scary is the point, to just have this like, some kind of bacteria like fucking Gigic or something just shitting everywhere, while there's like important things to be upheld and protected and stuff. But what I have seen after observing all these things for enough years is that a small amount of like powerful creator effort, like if you're a powerful creator, a small amount of effort from you to undo the damage such a person does can undo like unfathomable amounts of damage quite quickly. Which is, of course, one of my big motivations for, wanting to become a successful and well-known creator and all that shit, because with the creator clout is so much more meaningful. Like the actual respected creator clout holds so much more weight and meaning than just some like stupid opinionist, who got popular off of low investment reasons. So I just like don't really worry about it as much anymore. Yes, exactly. Yeah, life is like poker. Or as I like to think about it, it's like Gen 1 Pokemon. Gen 1. Wolfian, to put it in Wolfian terms. No, Wolfie doesn't play Gen 1. He doesn't even know how it works, I think. It's sad. No Wolfie back shots for Gen 1ers. We got the non-binary Monarch, though. Big yellow. Okay. The problem, I knew it was going to be so fucking hard to keep track of what's going on in this outfit with the arm lifted up, because this outfit is such a fucking mess of belts and seams. Alright, well, let's just erase the arms beneath at least. Get rid of that. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do is I think I will stop right here, and I think I'm gonna later off stream. I think I'm gonna coldie some of these stiffer folds, and then I'll finish up this outfit. So let's switch to what I actually wanted to do today. Yo, Ham. I think YouTube did filter your comment. In all likelihood, it's quite strict. I'm studying foreign language, so Gen 1 has been a mainstay lately. Based. Yeah, YouTube does love to do that. Gen 1 is this, it's a part of my day. Like, I usually wake up, I play one game. And if it tilted me, or gave me, like, the rush, I'll usually play one more. And then I'll pop in a game or two throughout the day as I get really tired and stuff. To kind of refresh myself. It actually does a number. It's actually amazingly good at blowing away fatigue, because it just gets you so tense. It gets you so fucking tense that it really shocks you back to attention. The trick is just not get too. The trick is to not get overly tilted, because it can damage your mood. I mean, I've seen like every bit of bullshit in the game at this point, that I know what kind of bullshit to expect. You know, four or five. I think I got 5 pair of flinches in a row not too long ago. It was unreal. Yo, Elno, how we doing? All right, we're gonna put the split on. We're gonna put the splits on. I gotta think of a pose though. Before I even start though, let's not consider thinking of a pose as part of the time. All right. The personality of the character is doesn't talk a lot, kind of not like specifically, just a little bit colder. Likes money a lot. So for a pose, I think we need something that conveys like a little bit of defensiveness, tad bit of defensiveness. So maybe like looking at you with the face tilted a little bit. Okay, yeah, I got an idea. All right, let's do it. All right, we're gonna wait. What the fuck happened to my live splits? Okay, there we go. All right. In the biz, you can write that off as external. Exactly. Exactly. All right, let's go. Have I watched Engage Kiss? I literally still only watched half of it. That's how little. It's like literally a top priority for me to watch, and I've still only watched. I did watch that first half like 3 times though. So I watched more episodes than the entirety of the show, but yeah, I technically speaking, I only watched the first half still. I just have not been getting anime in. But I gotta fix that soon. It's very it's my first time being exposed to Maruto's writing. I did read a tiny bit of White Album too. Just a tiny bit of it. But that's my only. Oh, I also read a tiny bit of Sayakana. But those are my only exposures to Maruto's writing. And he packed so much into a single episode with those. Like, you pretty much have to watch them multiple times. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. It's got a very Maruto is known for. Oh wait, I'm not thinking about this right. Maruto is known for. He likes the whole like messy. He likes the whole messy relationship thing. That's like his thing. Doesn't write conventionally likable characters, stuff like that. I did play. I didn't like read all of it. I didn't like read all the cutscenes and shit, but I did. Well, if I do it this way, the hair is gonna cover it. Oh fuck, we're losing time. So if we do it, I'm really pumped to get to towards the end when the Emoto shows up. Because I did play an amount of the game. I didn't read all the game cutscenes yet, though. But yeah, at any rate, he wrote something a bit challenging. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, after watching those episodes a couple times, though, I definitely respect his writing a lot. I think it's really, really tight. So I'm excited. I mean, White Album 2 is considered like one of the best works of all time. So, and Sayakano is very beloved. So I assume that, you know, the dude must know his shit. Yeah, I mean, I guess this will do. I think maybe we should turn it just a little more. Am I gonna voot? Hey, well, oh, no, I'm not, because I just don't care enough, to be perfectly honest. And the thought of even taking the, like, 20 minutes or whatever to do so is just, like, terrible. Given how much I consider myself in crunch, so that's I'm sorry if that offends anyone, but I am not going to. It honestly, there's so many parts of the country where it just doesn't even make a difference. You know, if you're in a, you know, there's definitely there's the places where it does make a difference for sure. The states where it does make a difference, but there are definitely the ones where it doesn't. Based in difference. Yeah, I'm with Fuzzy, yeah. Yeah. Based. Get into advanced art tech. You know, I had this idea. I wanted to start like a I literally had this idea for like a while, but I couldn't figure out how to do it. It's like Oda RTA. It's like a pun. If you write that out, it has art. It's art, otaku, and RTA combined. And so basically, I had this idea of like we could like RTA. The thing I realized, the only system that like actually makes sense, that would like actually work, is like something like sete copies. Okay, so the sete in question are like the equivalent of, that's like your game category, or no, that's like, yeah, that's like the game. So it's like, okay, so it's like, all right, so if I pull up like the Wata 10 sete or whatever, which I think is actually kind of illegal because I think those were not officially sold. So let's switch, we'll pull up something that was officially sold, like Blend S or something. Okay, so we like pull up the Blend S sete, and like you take a character, and that's like sort of like, that's sort of like your category or something. And then what happens is you have to copy it in an allotted number of time, in an allotted amount of time. And like your percentage category is like how accurate it was. And there'd be like very careful like measurement metrics for accuracy that like the admins would use. And so like the most prestigious category would be like doing like a I don't know, like a 95 to 100 accuracy thing or something, or maybe even like 98 to make sure that like it's like really, really competitive or something. Anyway, I think that'd be Kino. That'd be so fun. I'm just like imagining someone like just like mad intense copying sesh trying to get a world record on that. And it would actually make like interesting YouTube content. Like this guy can copy. So this guy can do a 99% accurate copy in, you know, like faster than anyone. I think that'd be fun as fuck. Do I have Blend SAT? Kinda. I have like some shitty examples of them. The designer Yosuke Okuda, he did put out like at Comiket, like he released an actual like in like a Dojin book, he released a bunch of his sete and corrections and stuff, and I've really been wanting to buy it at some point. It's just the thought of spending like $50 for proxy shipping on like a $10 item is still too painful for me right now. But I will buy it at some point. I can actually find it. I'll show it to you. I'm going to burn a little bit of time to show it to you. I have to drink some coffee right now anyway, so I need a little break. Where is it? Yeah, he would do that. He would do that with a couple things. Where is it at? Where the hell is it? I can't fucking find it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this is it. The Blend S Sosakan Shusei Shu Plus. You can still get this on like Surugaya and stuff. We'll often sell it. But yeah, I'd have to proxy import it, which is not fun. I have no idea what number this is, but I'm just going to take this call because it might be important. Okay, sorry. It was someone trying to deliver a friggin' package and sucking wind at it. Yo, chicken. Elnu did vote. Well, I'm happy for you, though. I guess someone has to do it. Someone has to vote. It's like the more exactly, Charles. It's like the Mario Party mini game. Exactly. It's like the friggin' Mario Party mini game.
Does the driver only actually go out or what?
Oh, Sete Dreams finally got it. If they did, I'm gonna fucking sub. They said that they're looking for it right now. I don't know what that could be. It could mean that they're here in like 10 minutes. Could mean 5 minutes. I don't know. Nah, that sucks. Yeah, because those are like really freaking. Those would be really freaking helpful for me. Because that sucks. That sucks. Because there's a lot of. You know, I'm trying to lean more. I'm trying to lean. You know, I'm trying to lean as much as I can more Sunako these days, but there's still a lot of. There's still a lot of that in my shit, and being able to study some clean scans and shit would be really fucking clean high-res scans would be really, really nice. I shouldn't be practicing right now anyway because I don't really have time, but it would still, even if it was just like a quick you know, trace or something here and there, just some couple coldies here and there, it would really pay off. Oh shit, why did I should have switched this. Oh shit, I didn't, I gotta pull up another Tachie just to, you know, for proportional comparison. I guess we will pull up. I try to be as true to the intended heights of the characters as possible. Not that it's gonna make like a huge difference in game or anything, because, Tachie don't like get displayed, Tachie don't get displayed like super literal to the character heights typically because it would fuck up the sort of like the balance of, you know, like the heights that they're at could get quite it could form like an awkward some awkward disparities could come from that, but as far as the Tachie themselves, you know, like if you were to see them full body, I'd try to want to get those as true to the intended height difference as possible. She's supposed to be a bit shorter, like probably like a full eye below or so. Oh, badass, badass. I wish I was in fucking Japan. I'm not saying Ham should. I'm not saying Ham should buy that, but that would be sick if Ham bought that. Chicken strip max. Oh, he's working on his mask. Yeah, Japan may be delayed. That's all right. Yeah, it's funny because like I've wanted to live in Japan for so long. But there's always like, you know, obviously it's always best if you can settle career stuff before going, unless settling your career stuff involves going, obviously. So it's just how it is. Do I have a deadline in mind? Yes. I was just actually talking about that earlier on stream. I was saying how I actually want the whole chapter 1 thing, the whole chapter 1 demo release in December, like no question. Like if it extends beyond December, I'm going to be extremely upset. I'm going to start screaming if it goes beyond December. So that is like my sort of internal soft deadline. If it's like, you know, if it goes to like a week into January, I can kind of live with that, but I'm still going to be upset. Because I was also saying this earlier on stream, but I'm at the point where there's no learning left on this project. This year involved a lot of learning. Like, I literally didn't even know how to animate when I put out that first devlog. And this year involved a shit ton of learning. Just about design, composition, animation, even some like music crap I had to get out. Music's not my specialty at all, but there were little things there I even had to kind of get up on. Oh shit, I should save this file. Sorry. Japanese too, writing in Japanese, like I would still make not like a lot of mistakes at the beginning of this year, but writing in good, accurate Japanese was work at the beginning of this year. It is not work now. I make mistakes so little now, and when I do, they're usually like closer to just like a brain fart than an actual mistake. I have so many different like character voices kind of like burned into my brain. I'm looping some Vinny lines as we speak. Some Sakuuta lines. Yeah, it's just like a sprint to get shit actually done now, basically, is my point. Like there's no yeah, there's nothing unknown. There's no unknowns left is what I'm trying to say. So I thought that feeling was going to be fantastic. I thought it was going to be this great feeling when there's no unknowns left. It's actually a very bad feeling because it just feels like now you're in this loading screen just waiting for everything to get made, and it's very it's not a terrible feeling, but it's not like fun. I wouldn't say it's a fun feeling. It will probably get really fun once the first like that big chapter 1 demo drops. Then I'll probably start feeling a lot better. But to get to that point, it's so frustrating because it feels like you know you can do this thing, but you didn't actually finish doing the thing yet. And you really want to get the thing done. So. That's what we're going for, Fuzzy. It might sound odd that, like, I delayed, as far as, like, the first release of the Battle Sim, or even, like, a second one, I probably could have cracked down and focused on that so much sooner, but I kept putting it off because I wanted to get my unknowns down. Like, I didn't feel comfortable hacking away at just a bunch more, just like, oh, battle crap, when I still had a bunch of shit to learn about, like, you know, composition and shit like that. Some animation design things and stuff. And then, of course, I got, you know, fucking sick, which blew a little bit. It wasn't time spent utterly unproductive, but it did prevent me from doing certain things. It's like, just, I think my working theory is that Toby actually created that flu. Toby manufactured that flu to try and gain time on Delta. Holy shit, you had hot. Yeah, that sucks. Bye. Yes. Let's go. No, well, the battle sim actually will. There will be 2 versions of it dropped before the actual chat. The first version, I really should be working on closing it up right now, but I'm not approaching the order of this stuff super rationally right now. I was in full blown like art priority with a lot of things because it makes me hyper nervous to know that there's still things like Tachie that need to be drawn and stuff. Because I don't know how to describe it. It's just art makes me really fucking nervous. So I want to put something easy and brainless, like, oh, finish some battle sim stuff. CTS is a little too loud. I put that off in favor of the knocking out the art stuff. Fuck, don't do that. Yeah, I put that off in favor of knocking out more art crap and all that stuff, and I am literally at the end of art stuff. But no, you will see. I'm actually gonna code the enemy AI and stuff on stream, especially because it would help me get some feedbacks as far as like if I do something stupid with the AI that looks like not fun. Someone can catch me. I hate saying AI now. Let's just say CPU behavior. That word's like tainted now. Let's just say CPU behavior. I'll code the CPU behavior on stream because other than inputting like a couple spells that still need to get put in, and then a couple like random things like just having a couple like little like random busy work things. Like the thing has like legitimately been ready to go. Like the first version could have come out fucking months ago at this point. So I feel kind of bad that I've held on, you know, but it's just like the art side of this project is so fucking daunting that yeah, I just wanted that like secure foothold of like, okay, it's just the work my brother has to do now, and me like kind of doing some odds and ends, like, you know, maybe some pixelating, a little bit of stuff like that. Anyway, that's my excuse. That's my excuse for why you don't have the battle sim yet. But yeah, there will be 2 versions of it. The first version is just going to be, like I said, basic one-on-one battle, and then the second version you'll get to see what actual team battles feel like. And then you'll see the actual Chap one. CV behavior, new insult just dropped. True as hell. Hope I have an actual trailer. Yes, I do have a trailer in mind, actually. Like, well, kind of. I mean, we'll figure it out. It's mostly just going to be... Well, it's funny you say that. I had a photo of Toby on my mirror, Rocky IV style, for a very long time. Unironically. It's the most famous one. It's the one where he's doing the The smug face. The one that Running Shine always would use. Before Toby ruined his joke. He refers to Toby as a big shot, and this was before Spampton was a thing. So it was funny, but now that Spampton is a thing, it looks like cringe. It feels like he's just making a cringe Delta 2 reference. Alright, that's alright. I'm not liking the shape of this hat. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing wrong. It looks too... needs to be... needs to be more... Howard is Philadelphia, and I'm considering Rocky Maxing base. Yeah, do it. Rocky is funny because it does work as a it does work as like a basic a lot of the tricks, a lot of the like tricks presented in the movie actually like do work as like basic motivational. It's like, you know, it's like cringy, like 80s, you know, kind of lightly homoerotic, like exercise culture derived shit, but like a lot of those tricks like do work. They did, yeah, exactly. They did. Yeah, so at any rate, yeah. We will get some. I have a new big like Pokemon video coming out pretty soon. I'll actually we didn't color it yet, but I'll show you the thumbnail. The thumbnail for the next video, which should be dropping pretty soon. I can't promise it'll come out before these Tachie are done, but it will be pretty soon. Like after these Tachie are. I'm not just working on these Tachie. I want to work on the vid at the same time. Like this stream's only going to be like 5 hours, and then I'm going to work on the vid. But here's the thumbnail for the next one. We got to color it. It's not colored yet. But yeah, it came out super, super good. I came up with the composition, and then my brother actually drew it, which is why it looks super nice. The title is going to be Gameplay That Feels Evil. Yes, that character is supposed to be she's supposed to be sort of like a chaotic neutral, evil leaning chaotic neutral. She's sort of what I'm using to test like all like the main types of things that like enemies will do, basically. I'm kind of using her as like sort of like the archetype of the most like sort of conventional enemy behavior in the game. I'll explain it all. I'll explain everything I mean in the next video. Heavily inspired by how Gengar feels in Gen 1. And I'm if you care about this topic, what I'm going to say in the video might kind of like blow your mind. I think it's so fucking cool. I didn't realize how mind-blowing it was until I actually went to start really looking at it. But Jack out here bodying the entire art community. I'm sick. He appreciates it. Yeah, he has gotten in, you know, no nepotism. He has gotten really fucking good, and particularly this year. So it bodes really well for the look of the game. Like there's the more like dojin-y aspects of the game that come from like, you know, my lack of experience and stuff. But in general, this is definitely going to be a game with a lot of visual appeal. Because you know I have him anchoring the fort. I don't know if I think I like it feeling a little pointier. I'll figure this out after. Okay, I don't like how much it's standing up. I want to give it a little emphasize the tilts. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, more like that. And this is sticking out a little too much. Let's go for that. Something like that. I'll figure out the deets after. Oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to be like focusing more on just kind of roughing it out. Let's not worry too much about the deets. Let's just get the body shape out now. I gotta think of what she should be doing with her hands. She's supposed to be kind of like a, not like autistic character, but she's supposed to have a little bit of that kind of autism thing. So the pose should have a kind of a little bit of unawareness to it, but not like energy though. It needs to lack energy. Honestly, it might just end up being kind of similar. Well, no, it needs a little bit more. Needs more defensiveness. This is too like open, so probably hands in for sure. Definitely hands in. And I think we want to turn this way a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Figure I might as well grab those sets. Oh yeah, let's fucking go. Yes, that is correct, Ham. Best dad, tied with Saito. Saigoat for best dad. Oh, cross arms. Let's try that. I wonder if it might have too much tood. Oh. There's also not like conventionally crisscross arms, but there's this type of cross arm as well, which is maybe a little too intellectual. I kind of like it because it has a little bit of a calculating vibe, actually. Yeah, I think that might actually be good. Maybe we can even move this one more like. No, that's too much. That looks like a JoJo pose. Yeah, like this might actually be good. Because it's not like the character is supposed to be shy. She's just supposed to be, you know, a little cold. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, because face roughing, like face like rough like copies, that can be tricky because obviously like the details are so important. But like once you start getting like kind of used to how details should look and feel and stuff, you can start being more like, okay, instead of hitting every little like detail, I'll just focus more on the, you know, like key gestural stuff, like, okay, I know that this area is like that, you know, or whatever. Or if it's like a, you know, let's say it's a character looking up at you, you can kind of think about like some key shape stuff, like that like makes the pose what the pose is, like that type of thing. It's good for thinking about the key traits of a pose. You know, like if you have a near profile, just thinking about like, okay, you know, it helps you really quickly get in the things that most define any given pose. which helps you obviously like adjust it more after. Because obviously it's like it's hard when you know, it's hard to get exactly what you want when everything is. We need to make this hand pose a little more like childish. Not that the characters are, not that any characters are under 18, of course. Maybe even more. Maybe they're all bossons. Try that for now. One of them is a D-Force. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. How we doing on time? 38. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. Yeah, I'm gonna feel so much better when these Tachie are out. Other than these Tachie, the only like involved kind of thing I have to do is I just have to do the power up hair animation for the Kanya one and the Yuri one, which will be quick because like I'm so used to that now. And before the first two, I wasn't able to do like a natural like rough to clean approach because when you don't know what you're doing, EXP wise, like you don't have enough experience with something, it's very hard to. I'm kind of like what I was just saying. It can be very hard to use a more rough approach because it can turn into spaghetti really quickly. But at this point, I could probably rough out a. I'm really used to it. I could rough out a like a hair blowing animation like quite quickly at this point, and then it's just, you know, once you get the motion down, it's just going in and cleaning up. I think they'll move quite a bit faster than the first two. I can't remember how long the first two took to do. It wasn't too bad, but it was a matter of like days. It wasn't like hours. It was full-blown days. Whereas I think now it'd be a matter of hours, not days. That's what's amazing, because it's like, it's again why I say, like, you know, the game dev shit is no joke, because like the difference between being used to doing something. Okay, let's put it this way. The difference between being able to do a thing at all and not being able to do it can be the difference between weeks and months or days and months. The difference between being able to do something efficiently and just being able to do it at all is usually going to be the difference between days and hours, or hours and even weeks. Which is why that's why so many indie projects just like obviously just hit snags or de facto snags, because it's like you can't, it's not enough to just be able to like do a thing at all. You have to be able to do it efficiently enough and stuff, and it's one of the reasons why. I mean, again, I don't want to pick on Kaze, but I can't help but use him as my my example all the time, Kaze Emanuar, like, he really has been trying to get into art, specifically 3D art. And there's so much wasted motion in what he does. And there are these situations where he can just do no right. Like, he'll try to fix something, he'll show it to people, they'll be like, oh, I don't like this, this, and that. And I try to leave comments, like helpful comments, but he's just kind of getting angry at this point. In my last comment, I was like, Kaze, man, like, you need to start putting in at least like 30 minutes a day doing color and composition studies, like, of 2D art, because you're just gonna hit these snags where you just simply cannot balance that shit. If you don't have, you know, some fundies going. And you just wait. Oh my god, the sheer amount of time that can get wasted is insane. It's truly insane. So yeah, I mean, moral of the story is, you know, you have to be fucking efficient, or you're fucked. Because, like, a pro is not someone who can do a thing at all. A pro is someone who can do a thing efficiently and well. I don't know. He's getting moody. He's starting to feel like, I don't know. Like, he literally, the top comment on one of his latest clips, the by far most thumbed up comment, which was also echoed, the second most thumbed up comment was the same idea worded a different way. So the two by far most thumbed up comments were giving him advice. And he literally told the dude, chill, I've done enough. And I was like, come on. Blood is what is blood doing? Like, you can't tell. It's one thing if someone's just trying to give you advice and you're like, all right, you know, I know my limits and whatever, but like, this was just this was an overwhelming unanimous feedback. And he tells the dude to chill. It's a nice thing about AI. Yeah. That's the thing that's going to convince everyone to replace all NPCs with AI. But yeah, it's just like, I was like, come on, dude. And that's what I say too, like, art will do funny things to your head. Getting into art is insane because it will produce some of the most, like, comically obsessive behavior sometimes. And he I actually forgot what the hell I was going to say. Literally forgot what I was going to say in the middle of thinking about it. I think it's because I just started thinking about legs, and I'm not very good at legs. And they always take all my energy. Also, her body's really fat right now. I need to thin her out somehow. I legit don't remember what the fuck I was gonna say. Oh, yeah. Now I remember. Yeah, he put out this video called, like, how to balance thinking you're the best with taking feedback or some shit. And that was just another, like, what is blood doing moment, because it's like, do we really need a video where you passive aggressively explain like why you're snippy or you know, kind of stubborn about like how good you are or something. If it was like coding too, like if it's just coding, like obviously like no one's gonna argue that he's not the, like his field is coding, and no one's about to be like, yeah, Kaze's not the best coder in the modding scene. He was literally doing like crazy assembly code shit before the fucking the whatchamacallit, before the decomp dropped. Like no one's gonna argue with that, but like he's talking about art. He was specifically talking about like art and how it relates to game design and all that stuff too. And I'm just like, dude, come on. Like it can be such a shock to, I mean, especially if you're used to code where it's not like a beginner or an intermediate when they get into coding. It's not like they can't do anything. It's not like you can't put together a working program just because you're, you know, an intermediate coder. But art can put you in many situations where you're just not getting, like it's the equivalent of a program with really bad bugs. Let's shrink this, smooth this. First draft went well, badass. 11 minutes. Yeah, he's doing the whole, and it's not even just normal 3D. It's in-game low poly, which really tests your knowledge of, like, your advanced knowledge of, like, perspective, and, like, that is not, yeah, it's as dicey as it sounds. He has a guy, he finally broke down and got to help him. Yeah, dot, for sure. He broke down and got a guy to help him, but the problem is he can kind of only help so much because his workflow is to essentially periodically pay the dude to Janny his stuff, which again only, you know, you can think about the limitations of that. It's just fucked. I gotta fix this. Yeah, it's not good. It's not going well. That's the point. And yeah, Terry Deadman. Yeah, exactly. It's like if Yondev was obsessed with it's like if Yondev was a good coder, but he was obsessed with doing like weird art shit out of his depth, and he kept trying to do art shit that like delays. Yeah, you know I'm getting at. And it sucks because I used to look forward to Kaze hacks like all the time. Like he used to be able to put shit out like every year very consistently because he was so good at coding. And he would put out these like really fun, good hacks and stuff. He's been holding his current hack hostage. Oh my god, I think it's like 4 years now or something. It's getting insane. It's getting insane. I literally want to hire him. I just want him as my in-house coder. He currently works for Gears for breakfast. I want to get to the point where I can just be like, yo, I'll pay you more. Just come work for me. Because he's not being put to good use right now. I mean, maybe what Gears for Breakfast is making is cool, but he should be working for me. Over some time, I've come to understand. I've come to terms with and understand that art advice videos are just too shit. Yeah, it's true. Like Saito correction vids, where he actually hands-on does tangible compositional correction and all that crap. Those he can often drop a lot of nuggets of wisdom in those. Beyond that, I mean, there's not going to be a ton. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the 10% are mostly. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. It's like there's the gems. You gotta find the gems. Otherwise, it's just like, I first when I first got into art, it was still during that old ArtTube period where dudes like Psychro was kind of the king of ArtTube for a period. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Just forget that. Psychro was like the king of ArtTube and all that stuff. Very quickly, I came to realize, like, oh, most of this dude's advice is just not useful. It's just, like, not good. And I mostly just followed them at the time because it was kind of like a fun... back then, even, like, the big content creators, their videos were almost... It was before the... Yeah, exactly, Charles. Yeah. I looked at some of my older drawings. I realized I literally wouldn't progress. Yeah, no, that's a real thing. That is a real thing, Fuzzy. Yeah, it was before the concept of splitting up the purpose of like streams and videos got as like pronounced as it is now. So like there'd be a lot of content in videos that you'd maybe associate more with streams. Like people giving like, like people just giving like kind of like life updates and stuff in like an advice video or something like that. Kind of like it was more messy. It was less organized in that sense. I guess you could say it was just kind of like vlog dominant. I guess it would just fall under vlog. Like there was like a lot of like art like vlogging, I guess. But there was also some streaming and stuff, and like I mostly was just like following them during that period for the parasocial qualities, because like getting into art at like well past the age I was supposed to be doing it, and that's why like to this day I still don't consider art like my thing at all. It's just a thing I had to learn to the extent I have to do what I want to do and stuff, but let's get this more forward so yeah, it was fun and like Psycho was like so neurotic. Like he deals with like a lot of like just weird, like strange and unusual, Goose voice. A lot of strange and unusual like mental hang-ups and like weird self-conscious shit, like lots of very weird self-conscious shit relating to what kind of art he's like allowed to like. This is looking so fucking stupid for some reason. I need to look more closely at. I'm not liking the way the legs are coming out. It's always the fucking legs. I need a coldy legs. I have coldy legs. It's just not enough. I need more. Let's just try to get this in first. Yeah, and it was like calming to follow how neurotic he was. It's almost like he was more neurotic than a beginner often is, or intermediate or whatever, while being like a working professional. And that was fun. That was actually genuinely fun to follow. But yeah, it sucks that like the 10% didn't even, you know, the 10% good stuff, it didn't even exist at the time. There was nothing. There was no good advice. Japan would put out like little tutorial blogs like here and there. Japan would live stream art a lot though. That was the most helpful thing. Like Nico Doga and Pixiv. You would see a lot of live streaming. And they weren't concerned with like personality and stuff. So there was a little less distance. So if you ask them to like even like show you something or like show you like a trick or something or talk about one of their tricks or something, they were usually like pretty willing to like stuff that would kind of be like almost like a faux pas almost now. Okay, the driver said they're going to be here soon.
Should I go out or what?
I guess.
Are they specifically requesting that I go out there or what?
Yeah, not specifically, but I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the shape. Psyker was huge on that because like Psyker would often talk about like because Psyker was pretty familiar with a lot of the Western tuning stuff, and what he eventually developed into was, yeah, exactly, Charles. Even that is usually not like he had to go out of his way to even learn what like the Disney people, even like Disney and shit did. Because he was like an art school. I'll worry about this later. But everything with them is just exaggeration. Like there's no concept of like esoteric shape systems and stuff. Like it would come up, but it would almost be like this thing you gotta like kind of brush under the rug. Like, oh, don't talk too loudly about shit like, you know, shape Okay, they delivered it. Might want to check if it actually showed up.
Yeah, that's fine.
It was almost like this thing you gotta like whisper about. Like, hey, by the way, if you use this shape, it looks like shit compared to, you know, this shape. And Psychra did start using this term like very late into kind of his YouTubing career of like, he started saying this thing like shape, I think it was shape language. That was like his term. That was like his way of justifying this concept of like, you know, a shape system and like a style with a, you know, styles having like esoteric rules of synergy between their, you know, how they work and stuff. But again, it would often lean on exaggeration. A lot of people use okay, he was the first person on art YouTube. Then he imported that to ArtTube, basically. We have Psychra to thank for ArtTube using that then. Right. It's usually just saying, sir, yeah, exactly, and then nothing else. That makes sense. Yeah, and typically there was a really, really big fear of anything that Japanese artists do was always kind of, I think I've talked about this before, how that was always considered like, it was very aggressively considered the wrong way. And when it came to your two options were always like very, very classical realism or strict Western tuning. And with strict Western tuning, The chart as a circle is nice. The triangle is me. Yeah, exactly. Like, when it came to Western tuning, the ideas that would always come up were like, it was always exaggeration as a concept. Like, not this idea of, and again, like, oh, because anime is in this, like, you know, strange spot where it almost has like properties of classical realism, but then it'll do more like toony things and stuff like that. Yeah, like that was like kind of like bad. So like, for example, like Sakura might say something like, whatever is, if it's going to be toony, it's got to be really toony. So whatever is going on with this character, like, we need to make sure it's that times 10. So we need to make sure this hat is fucking gigantic. If the eye is being covered by the hair, it needs to be really fucking covered. Like that. If the character is tiny, we gotta make sure that their upper body is really fucking tiny. Yeah, sure. I'm not kidding. It might sound like I'm exaggerating. I'm not. No pun intended. It was just a very, very funny, dogmatic kind of time, and it was genuinely fun. It almost felt like some, like, what you would picture, like, I don't know, like, someone suggesting, to some, like, weird, like, ritualistic tribal society, like someone trying to introduce, like, some basic scientific principles or something to one of them that, like, go against the, like, the way that they've done things. Sakura would frequently have moments where he would kind of, like, ponder, like, in a very, very conflicted way, a very self-conflicted way, like, oh, should I question this thing or whatever? I remember one of the things that would come up all the time, he's like, well, maybe anime doesn't suck. Like, I'm not kidding. That was a staple. That was a staple Sakura pondering sesh. And it was the type of thing you'd actively make yourself an enemy of a lot of people, but back then that was just, like, normal. Like, that's how you would talk if you were in art. And yeah, it was quite a thing. And yeah, it was fun. It was fun to, his neurosis would calm me down. And helped make the beginner era a little less scary in that regard. Even if he didn't actually give me any good advice otherwise. Let's see. Am I happy with this pose? Okay, because when the outfit goes in, it's going to be mostly like... It's going to be mostly like... type of thing. I feel like the arms need a bit more space. I feel like we're gonna run into a little bit of trouble with the way the outfit is articulated. Nomura's giant feet. Doesn't he only do that with KH? Because it's basically like to accommodate the Disney thing. There's a bunch of like funny Disney-isms that he basically like kind of had to adopt for what the hell? That you gotta like adopt to gel with the, you know, to. Yeah, it's just when he's doing like the Disney infused stuff, because you can even see like here. KH4, if it ever happens, if it wasn't like a troll, if KH4 is actually a thing, it's actually gonna be looking more like this. They're going for a more like, they're kind of letting him do his more like natural realism look. Like the characters are like breaking out of the Disney thing now, basically. And like I love the original. I love the like I love the Nomura meeting Disney, I guess like a quarter of the way look. Like I think it's like super, like Sora's design and shit is fucking class. All the designs are great and stuff, but I definitely am really looking forward to how KH4 is gonna look, if it's a thing at all. I don't even know if it's actually, could just be a troll. I don't see how Nomura is gonna still work after FF7 remake is done, the way the company's going and how he's, I don't know, who knows, but we'll see what happens. Oh, you mean his earlier work? Yeah, that was a very 90s thing. That was like a 90s-isms, because if you think of shit like oh my god, well, like a lot of Capcom designs would use like huge feet, like look at Street Fighter Alpha, and then there was like Saber Marionette with like the huge hands and feet and stuff, and that was like, yeah, that shit was really good for like, it gave shit like a lot of power and gesture and stuff. Okay, in Saber Marionette they don't have particularly large feet. They would sometimes have some large hands. Yeah, this is definitely a little bit on the larger foot side. Like this foot's definitely bigger than what you'd see now. Yeah, like that was always cool. I always liked that trope. Oh, he had an interview where he said he's done after KH4. Interesting. All right. All right, well, here's hoping KH4 is going to bring the series back after. I didn't even play 3. I just heard it was a fucking train wreck. But yeah, putting like just enough weight on the feet can be really, really satisfying. Because Tsunako doesn't do big feet, but you can definitely tell that like, some of that like bigger foot, that bigger foot type mentality, that type balance, definitely like informs her a little bit. Like she'll give the almost KH-esque like big ass boots and stuff a lot of the time and stuff. Sometimes she'll whip out some shapes that are just very, very like, that I really think of KH when I see. You know, especially when, yeah, like, I mean, this type of, that type of foot and stuff. I like that type of thing a lot, for sure. Daigo Ikeno. Do I recognize that name? Oh, yeah. This shit's fucking Kino. Yeah. This is good shit. I don't know all the Capcom artists' names. Obviously, I know, like, Aki Man. Yeah, this is Kino stuff. They had so many good artists. I mean, to this day, they keep an extremely high art standard. I don't like the Street Fighter 6 designs, but they are extremely high quality. I think you briefly mentioned them, but I was focused on something else. Thoughts on Excel art tips, who also tries upon... Oh. I don't know. I don't think I've seen this guy. Let me take a look real quick. Ecal art tips. I just turned it into Excel. Ecal's art tips. Let's see. Oh, I see. Yeah, this looks like Chinese semi-tuning core. Oh my god, I forgot. I don't have an ad blocker on Chrome. I only have an ad blocker on Firefox. Fuck you. Alright, let's take a look. Let's see. Is this his original? Okay. Let's see. Okay, it looks like he's been studying like conventional anime lately. I mean, it seems like there's maybe some good advice here. Perhaps. Typically, the thing Chat, Firefox, yeah, exactly. Chrome has gone to the birds. Nomura's my Toby Fox. Oh, yeah, sure. Well, I'll just show you the vid I pulled up. As far as... This is the vid I looked at. I assume... Yeah, so this is what he did based on Kimet's style, which I'm not super familiar with. I assume this is his default, which is very China core. Oh, he did do one original at the end of this. Okay, let's check out this. Let's check out this Shiro drawing. Is he gonna? Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, he's been heading much more conventional anime these days. It looks like. Yeah, I mean, it seems as good as anything for learning stuff. His starting spot was obviously from a, I mean, it's funny because a lot of people, I mean, it's just kind of happening a lot these days where someone might start with kind of like a hybrid style, but I mean, these days what people want is they want to know how to do conventional anime or conventional anime illustration. So like a lot of people are just kind of delivering on that now, so. Oh, yeah, one thing I always say is, like, when it comes to art advice, people, typically the rule of thumb is that any piece of advice they give that isn't an essential breakdown like the kind of crap I'm always trying to do. People are waking up. Exactly, W. Any advice that they give that isn't like an essential breakdown, like, oh, here's the absolute most broken down perspective on this element of art so you can build back up yourself. Any advice they give is going to effectively, it might help you generally, but it's also going to mainly make you draw more similar to the way that person draws as a default. So if they're not giving you like the raw core nugget of info, like the type of thing I'm always trying to do in the clinics, you will end up, by integrating that, at least for some time, drawing a little more similar to that person. That's just like always, that's always like the thing to be aware of. But yeah, I mean, he's good. He's good. So, I mean, I'm sure whatever advice he's giving is fine. Unless he's one of those people that doesn't really give too much actual practical advice. But I mean, there's two types of like art tubing. There's like seeking ways to give people like actionable, satisfying advice, and then there's just finding an excuse to show off your skilled art. You know, a lot of the really skilled people are that. A lot of time they just kind of cook something up that's not hella helpful, and it's clearly more of just a like, hey, notice that I'm really good at drawing. There's a lot of that. Yeah, exactly. They're just exactly fuzzy. The worst ones are the despair maxing therapy sessions disguised as art. Oh, I haven't been spending much time on ArtTube in a long time, but I might know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's bad. That's bad news, for sure. Anything that, see what I really don't like when ArtTube starts getting used as like self-improvement, like incel tube, and they're a lot more next door than you might realize, or maybe you do realize, because it starts becoming like art is not like a thing you do to get a result or to like appreciate art more and stuff. It starts becoming like a proxy for like self-esteem and stuff, and that's like, that can lead to a lot of fucking ugliness. So you might be talking about that, in which case I know what you're talking about for sure. Alright, let's make this not puff out as much. I can't believe that though. So Nomer officially said he's retiring after 4. That's big. Yeah, there was no way that wasn't the case. Let's just hope KH4 is not a doesn't have Disney's hand up its ass the whole time, and it's a proper last hurrah. I really liked that first trailer, like the. I really liked what I saw, and like there was no fucking Disney in it other than Donald and Goofy and Mickey at the end, which is a good sign. Hopefully it's not another Pixar advertisement. And it'd be cool if they got Nojima to write it again. That would be fucking cool. Yeah, like Pokemon. Yeah, no, that's just, exactly. Bob Ross, therapeutic, no mistakes, just happy. But I've never actually watched a Bob Ross thing. I think I would catch reruns of him sometimes on TV when I was like a kid. I never like actually paid attention to what he was doing though. He's very Bob Ross videos feel like being stuck at an old person's house with no way to leave. Yeah, he made it look easy, exactly. Exactly, he did. Oh yeah, that's what was so funny how they shoved that. I'm really excited to play 3 to see the like, because like it looks like, yeah, like at the Remind, I think that was part of the Remind DLC where they like shoved in like, oh, maybe there will be some like Versus 13 reincarnation shit. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's fucked up because like Versus 13 was supposed to be, because like really the truest form of FF and KH is when obviously Nomura has a lot of control and Nojima is writing it. Like that's the truest form of. That's really the truth. That's what everyone fell in love with. That's what set the identity of everything in motion. And I'm pretty sure the ones like even like Birth by Sleep and I didn't play Dream Drop, but those I'm pretty sure are just going off of notes Nojima left. For them, and Versus FF rarely gets to be cleanly getting that treatment. Like there's literally only a few times it actually got that treatment, which is one of the reasons the series has been kept in such like a volatile state. Like 8 was a clean Nojima solo written project. 10 was a very clean Nojima solo written project and stuff. It's basically just like if he wrote an anime. And then Versus 13 was supposed to be the next one. That was supposed to be the next like, oh, Nomura Nojima collab thing. Speaking of which, did you see Reynalis or whatever? Reynalis was like literally.
It's Natus.
Reynalis. What was it? Yeah, Reynalis. Yeah, Reynalis was literally like Nojima's reincarnation of. It's this like low budget. It's literally like we have Versus 13 at home. I'm not even kidding. I'm excited to play it. I imagine the writing's good because I've never seen Nojima be bad, so. But yeah, that's what was cool about the FF7 remake is, they got to come together again and stuff. The only problem with it is you feel a lot of, you don't feel like they have a ton of leg room. Like you feel that they're doing what they're doing, on top of the modern game dev, environment, which is a really red tape. I mean, you should hear. I've been like, sometimes I'll watch like the Tim Kaine anecdotes about like modern game dev. It's fucked. Like he told this one story about how he needed to send in a request for a coder to add a feature that he knows takes like 2 hours or something, and the response he got back was, "It's gonna take." This whole hand is fucked. We gotta just. Hold on. The response he got back was, "It's gonna be like a month or something," and he was like, "What?" And he managed them to get it down to like 2 weeks or something absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, game industry is not a good place, is the point. But it is really nice to see. I didn't play Rebirth yet or watch. I watched the first couple hours, and it was nice to see because like it definitely felt like Nojima had some good breathing room and stuff, and that was cool to see. So I'm excited to see what they ultimately make there. But what we really want out of them is we want like a nice clean project where they can, without interference, they can really, go to town with what they're, known for doing. And maybe if we're lucky, KH4 will be some kind of last hurrah. I don't know. I'm not holding my breath though, at any rate. Because this industry is just it's fucking cooked. It's just absolutely cooked. It's not a good industry, not a good place. I'll clean this up after. I just wanted to get a less terrible shape in. Okay. Yo, Kara, with the Yoji, with some badass Yoji. I don't know. I'm gonna be dead ass. I don't know how to read that. Ila Buyu or some shit. Let's see how bad I got that. That's oh! Fuck you, man. Same. I love you. Yeah, no, absolutely, Charles. It's fucked up. Will, maybe Bob was enlightened. Yeah, I mean maybe he hit Zen. Yes, buy Bitcoin, yeah, exactly. That's not financial advice. That is not financial advice. But we are 2025 is the next 4-year cycle, so it is the next 4-year cycle. Short SC, yeah. I'm very scared for Square Enix's future because literally it's a few creators. Holding it down as like, a company that still does like, and maybe a few producers who want it to go in like a non-pause direction, but it really is just a small creative core, anchor. This is so fucked. I don't know. I genuinely don't know what I'm fucking doing here. It's probably because I don't have enough of a clear idea for what I want out of this hand, but I'll just leave it like that for now. Yeah, when he's gone, man, Nojima will probably never get hired by them again, because I'm pretty sure the only reason Nojima ever gets hired by them is because he wants him there. Yeah, I don't know. It's not going to be good. Yeah, and before Microsoft buys them, exactly. I don't know, man. I will be right back. I gotta take a piss. Okay. I want to give this. I want to give the pose like a little bit more. I think I want it so that. I think I want the head to actually lean a little bit forward. Because I think that would give it a little bit more of like a kind of like offbeatness. Like convey that. I just gotta figure out exactly where I want the bend to occur. Because I want almost like someone like kind of looks at you with their head cocked, like they feel like off. You know what I mean? They feel like they're microaggressing you. And then I just gotta balance the leg. God for the lasso, man. Oh shit, what the hell am I doing? Kacho OG, no. I think I've even heard of it. Wait, did No, I don't know this dude. I thought it was someone I knew for a second there. Should I check it out? Is it worth adding to my list of anime that will maybe get watched in the somewhat near future? Detroit, yeah, no, I've not seen that either. I've only seen the funny clips. The rape clip, or rather the compilations. Oh, it's TKO Sam Core. I think I should check it out then, because as I say, TKO Sam got a strong place in my heart. He's kind of my own Jin, in a sense. I owe everything to TKO Sam. Indirectly. I directly owe everything to Cats. I indirectly owe everything to TKO Sam. I don't love what this is doing. I don't like that either. That's not good. Let's pull this. He was pushing out some hard. What the fuck? What the fuck, TQ? What is blood doing? No, I just use like a normal. Well, I actually work off a laptop. I literally don't even have a normal computer. I am one of the few people in the world, pretty much including Japan. I actually use direct kana input. I just have the places of the kana memorized. Struggling artist, yeah, exactly. For now. An HH keyboard. Yes, Fuzzy, we are backing up. Happy hacking. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's these are fucking aesthetic. Yeah, Fuzzy. That's actually a. Oh yeah, UV shift. Yeah, for the win. That is That's a G meme. Yeah, we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to fucking. We're gonna have to go even further beyond at some point. To the thumb shift. Alright, I'm pretty happy with this now. Okay, I see. It's a Reddit G meme. Definitely don't want that. I mean, sort of make it work with all in space. It's oh, I see. I wonder how I would do with that. I'm not like a particularly good typer. I'm not a bad typer though. Being able to type fast is really nice though, because you know, obviously, like if you're trying to crap ideas out quickly, it helps a lot. Lately, I haven't been like thinking past the rate at which I can type, especially in Japanese, obviously, because I'm slower and because you know, a little slower in Japanese, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, I use like, I have a couple Google Drives for backup. I have an HDD for backup. Sometimes I'll just back up on like other kind of cloud things, but it's a little bit disorganized. But I really should do I should do like a clean one stop everything backup thing, like maybe like tonight. In fact, I'll make a note that I should do that tonight. Yeah, we might be out of luck on Windows with that. No, I don't use Git because of it gives me flashbacks to working in web dev, and we haven't overcome that trauma yet. I mean, honestly, I probably should. I should probably just start like a private repo or something. Using the motivation I get from not gooning to start learning. I know, Elna. It's I don't like to admit that, but all right, you know what? We'll do it. Well, I'll start a private repo. Yeah, I'm old school backup. I just copy the shit. My version control is right click, copy, paste. Tatsumoto. I'm probably not Karo because I don't know who that is. I assume I would know who that is just from you saying that if I was a follower. Yes, exactly, Charles. That's how that's I mean that's unironically how people used to do it. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, Will. That is a good idea. Chisel QR code. Yeah, that would be fucking... Spammer on DJ. Oh, holy shit. I haven't heard this lore. This some new DJT lore finally. The ecosystem. Yes. No. Yeah. That's sick though. Yeah. Straight ons in 15 minutes. That's good shit. That is good shit. Yeah, man. Competitiveness is the life's blood of improvement, creative improvement. If you ask me. Maybe some will disagree. In general, I'm very reactive. Like, I don't have an easy time. I don't have an easy time initiating. I usually react to other people, like, having done a thing. Sakuta actually talks about this. Remember Uchi saying you did like 10? Yes. Yes, 10 in a row is good shit if you really want to get something down. Gotta find your Nari Y, bro. Yeah, exactly. Alright, I'm wondering if I should push the gesture just a bit further. I'll try going a bit further. And if I'm happy, then we'll consider this stage done. And I actually ended up drawing this out a little more cleanly than I expected, so I think we'll get through the second split quite quickly. And then we can just focus on the outfit. Yeah, I'm happy with that. I am happy with that. I am happy with that. Oh shit! What the fuck am I? For some reason, I don't know what does it, but there is a. I think it's the photo viewer. I gotta stop using the Microsoft default photo viewer because every time I click it, I feel like I'm gonna blue screen because it sends my. It makes my computer have a heart attack. Like I can't alt tab. It's just absolute, just diaper code shit. $19 top, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Coldies. Yeah, exactly. At least broken. Goldies. Gonna go full Linux Transcend base. I know a lot of people who are at this point. A lot of older servers for Japanese games are lost. Yeah, that's fucked up. That is fucked up. I still to this day like think about how like yeah, Fuzzy, we would harness ball sometimes, especially in our younger days. A lot of people do. Japan especially. Japan's obsessed with ball. Well, like the old timers. The old timers were all obsessed with it. Like even the writers. Even the writers were like obsessed. It's just unavoidable. Just one of those things, yeah. It will always be the thing that got me into Oda shit in the first place also. It's not so much of a gateway these days, but it used to be a classic millennial gateway. I hear it is, Caro. I played a tiny bit, and I really liked what I played of it. I thought it was really good. I stopped playing it because I didn't feel like dealing with... well, first of all, I wasn't in the mood for that type of story. I'm still not in the mood for that type of story right now. But the gameplay sections were a little bit annoying. It's like, I don't really feel like... I just didn't feel like dealing... The gameplay wasn't, like, bad or anything. It's just, like, I didn't feel like dealing with it. You can set it to hyper easy, too, where it's, like, quite easy. You can even cheat. If you install like a cheater, like a cheat mod or whatever, cheat engine thing, whatever. I hear it's very good though. I hear it's really good. Everyone I know who plays Vinny's likes it a lot, especially the third one. Good gameplay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Namek is like the ball. That's the ball. That's like the iconic. Like no one thinks of ball without thinking of Namek and Frieza. New phone gay. Oh, you were playing on your phone. Yeah, the TV specials were great, actually. Like, I honestly love everything Toriyama didn't write in Ball. I actually just straight up love because I think like a lot of it was really good. Like the new movie canon that lasted like 2 movies, that was great. Kami Tokami and Fukatsu no App. Love GT. The movie, the specials were great. I have like an ironic, I have a more ironic relationship with the rest of it, but you can't like avoid it. If you're in my age range, you're like you don't get to like You don't get to choose. Like, you are, a part of you is a ball fan, whether you like it or not. Like, there's no, like, Zoomers can choose to skip it. Gen Beta or whatever they're called, they can skip it. But if you're a millennial, a part of you is a ball fan. Just simple as. Yep. BOG, yeah, I love that. I love that, Fuzzy. I thought they did such a good job with that. Oh, thank you, Element. Well, people hate GT just because it was very different, like, utility-wise than, like, the Toriyama content. Like, it changed a lot of the fighting rules, the fighting aesthetic. It doesn't provide the same, like, reasons people. It's just basically, long story short, it's very different. It's very, very different. Ultra Instinct. I love Ultra Instinct gifs. See, Kai actually ruins a lot of the good art. Not a lot of people realize that, but Kai actually, and it doesn't even do its job of cutting out all the filler content. So, and on top of it, some of the filler content is actually ends up being some of the better content. So, Kai was kind of a wash in that regard. Not that I recommend like sitting through and watching the original series, but if you can find someone compiling all the best scenes for you, like all the best art, that would be the way to go. It's kind of burned into my brain. And because you can't engage with Japan without being reminded about it constantly, you kind of just end up constantly thinking of your life in ball terms. You know, that's just like what they do. It's like everything is a ball metaphor. Like, all right now I got the Kaioken. Pretty soon I'll start the Namek portion of my life. You know, shit like that. Like, I'm not kidding. You cannot listen to a Japanese person as long as they're over the age of like 25 and avoid ball metaphors and ball, especially the women too. Like the women like really like it. Of the younger people keeping it alive, it's probably more women at this point. There are jokes about how it's being forgotten, though, sometimes in media. I didn't read the VN9, but I saw, like, an out-of-context thing where it was, like, talking about how ball's being, like, forgotten. Yeah, they do, believe it or not, yeah. Have you ever thought about buying a... That's Kiseru, right? We can Umineko Beatrice Max. Yeah, Kiseru. Maybe when I'm like fucking when I'm like Elder Max, then I look like Heihachi from when I look like Heihachi from Tekken or whatever. That might be like a sick aesthetic. I don't smoke like anything though. I've never been that type. I don't even know what effect tobacco and whatnot has on your like I don't know why people even enjoy it. Basically, is what I'm saying, because I've never tried it. Sora the Troll, ironically being irony. I've never heard that. Yeah, don't go. Did you write it? Did you see he was like he's finally been playing Umineko in English. There's a dude I know that's been like literally watches all of them, and I'm like, how do you do that? Someone pinged me with like a clip of it, and I could barely even watch the clip one time. That was about it. I guess his old channels he revived or something. Yeah, exactly, Colin. Yeah, well, most people haven't. It's just people. Like I know a couple people who are kind of like, used to be fans of him and stuff, who will sort of keep up, a little bit. So I kind of like get informed of what's going on. Here and there, but yeah, I'm also like one of the servers I was in for a long time. It's now like a private server. Was the public Digibro Digicord for a while, one of the Discord servers, and like everyone in there now is like, utterly washed their hands of any Digibro stuff. But I don't even know if they keep up with. Yeah, they pretty much completely. It's usually, believe it or not, the type of like online friends I have that keep up with him more are ironically kind of like the more like kind of like chud leaning types. Like they tend to be the type to keep up with him for whatever weird reason. I don't know. I'm not about to unpack that, but yeah. So at any rate, I do get some Digibro updates here and there, whether I like it or not. I don't like what's going on here. Yes, Trixie the Golden Witch. The Golden Witch. One day Trixie will maybe finish Umineko. Yes, harness the Kaioken. Let's fucking go. Yeah, it is sad, Ileana. It's not particularly funny. It's definitely much more sad than it is funny. It's like other people will sometimes, their reaction to it will sometimes be like kind of funny, but it's definitely not the type of thing. Like pulling up a modern Digibro video is definitely not the first way to get me to laugh. Jess Otaku. I don't think I heard of that guy. There's a lot of people I didn't know about. Yeah, either enough said exactly. Yeah. Will reading Umineko save Digi? It's a good question. That is a good question. It could. I've seen Umineko have dramatic pause. As much as it is known for kind of a as much as the fan base, the English speaking fan base isn't known for being the best. I have seen it have a very positive impact on some people. Like in terms of like. You know, in terms of like helping them understand like literature better and stuff like that. I have seen that happen sometimes. So maybe. I doubt it. I doubt it though. Yeah, Caro, yeah. That's I kind of had to. I'm like I can't see the word she anymore. Every time someone types she now, I'm always like, she? Is that a she? Or is that a... What are we gonna do with the sete once we get? What are we gonna do on the bed, Pomp? I couldn't help but read Ham's post with that tone. That is a good question. If you take, there's like one or two pages in particular I would love like a really nice like maybe camera photo of, because it would make for good coldies. To put it simply, coldies. You just saw this. Call this. Channel Awesome's anime reviewer. Oh, is a man now. Okay. That's not something you hear as often. Spoonie got kicked out after saying he's to her to a pipe. He tied her to a pipe. Dude, the Spoonie lore goes hard. Spoonie lore goes fucking hard. Oh, yeah, it sucks I don't have a fucking P.O. box. No, I think Ham should add. I think Ham should add it to his Oda shelf. It will be a very historical item, and or next year when I visit, we can trade. I can trade you something for it. When I visit Japan, like hopefully after Castle comes out at the end of it. Probably early 2026, to be honest. Alright, I think I'm happy with this. Alright, let's go. Let's hit the split. Awesome, thank you, huh? Actually, I feel like the balance is just slightly... I think the balance is just slightly... Okay, I think we're happy with this. I think maybe I'll move the specs slightly. No. I do think I want to adjust these slightly though. I'll take a look in a sec. Mr. Anime. Nah, that's another one I never heard. Windmill Goldies. I never read Don Quixote either. I might one day, who knows. I don't like reading translated literature, obviously, typically, so. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the shoulders and just tilt them slightly. No, that's not good. That's not good. No, that's not good either. I think what we need to do is we need to take everything from here up and tilt it slightly. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we want. That is what we want. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That is good. Alright, let's do it. Orlando, I really hate what happened to Gigi Bro. Yes, Kara, it was absolutely inevitable. You can't... I was even saying this to my brother yesterday, because I don't know why he came up. Believe it or not, I don't talk about Digibro every day. This was a once in an occasion mention. But yeah, I was saying how, like, after he did the whole name change stuff, what was the first thing he tried to do? He tried to do like a whole like, well, now I'm gonna like make stuff, and he made that funny metaphor. Oh, you want to join my straw hat crew? As we like to say, it's like the equivalent of if like Luffy didn't even get off a port and the ship just sank right there in port, broke apart. He just trudges his way back into town, like all soaking wet, and just goes inside, slams the door shut, and that's it. That was the voyage. But yeah, the first thing he says is like, oh, I'm going to do actually creative stuff now. And it's like, as we said, like if you spend all those years biding and not having the actual, you know, chutzpah or whatever to actually make shit, you know, you're not gonna up and start making shit. Just because you're on like a temporary, you know, just because you've given yourself this new kind of lease on what your identity is, that's not, you know, that's not enough. If, you know, if that was all it took, then, you know, a lot more people would be successful creators. So yeah, it was inevitable. It was inevitable. He kind of like me. He's very normal. He's very normal tard. That's all I know about him. I don't know anything. I don't know any. From what I understand, he's like the only member of the group that like really survived. The only member of their crew I was really following for a period was Tom, because of game dev shit. I don't know what the hell happened to him. He had a YouTube channel that had no conversion of interest into what he was actually doing. Like people just wanted to go to that channel for like trailer analyses and crap like that. So whenever he would try to, he didn't like set up the campaign of the channel properly. So whenever he would try to talk about his own work, he would just lose subs fast. So I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know what happened to him. Digi's old editor. Yeah, I think it was like Devu, I want to say. So Mr. Anime was a super early anti-super obsessed with Columbine. What the fuck? Killed his family, is in prison for life now. Gig dude. Least dysfunctional anti-tuber, man. It's insane. These people are they're all like one notch away from like homeless, murder, fucking suicide. Like they're all just pieces of freaking work. Alright, I'm not happy with this strand. Ben's old Sonic. Actually, I didn't know that happened. Much respect. Yeah. It's funny because on one hand, you know, sometimes I wish I participated on the internet more, you know, during that era and stuff. There's so many things about that era that like you can only really like. There's so many things I would complain about at the time. And were the reason I never did any like, you know, like anti-tubing or anything of the sort. You know, back in like whatever it is, I don't know, like 20, you know, just during the 10s. But it's funny because like had we known the internet was gonna get like, you know, more high tension and locked up and shit, like it would have been nice to participate like during those days and stuff. But at the same time, yeah, like I said, like it's there are some benefits to the higher stakes environment we're in now, in which you can't come on the scene and just be like, you know, like Digibro now would never have gotten off the ground. Because people are, you know, people want to see results now and stuff. Or you're some dark triad max grifter that, you know, knows how to grift super hard or some shit. But point is that, yeah, it would have been nice to participate in YouTube and all that crap way back when. You know, only being able to appreciate like a freer internet now, you know. How could you possibly complete with glass reflection? Yeah, Jess was aspy as fuck. Demo has depression. I did not realize that. I see him stream and I'm like sub to him on Twitch. Not sub to him on Twitch. I follow. You know, sub means you pay money. I follow him on Twitch. I always end up I never click his streams. So I have no idea what he's up to. Sometimes I'll just see what game he's playing. Yeah, but watches the stream. Yeah. Maybe I'll check it out. He would actually probably be like a good contact, like, you know, like when my demo comes out and shit, maybe I tell him to play it. Maybe he'd want to play it on stream. That's one of those things I got to start thinking about a lot soon. You know, Kone World. Her eye's kind of small, but we might make her just a smaller eyed character. You can kind of do that. Ranted once about how YouTube sucks as a profession, but he doesn't want to open a Patreon because of his yeah, that is a tough one. I mean, for me, starting the whole like e-bag thing was, it was like ripping a band-aid off, I would say. I feel good about myself, like in the sense of like, I know that what I'm offering, no one else in the West offers. Like my skill set and what I'm interested in and all that stuff and what I know about. So like I don't feel bad getting paid to be that. But it's definitely always uncomfortable for sure. Only wrote one book 10 years ago. Wow. That's whack. You should get on that. Shadow AC. He should learn Japanese and become a fucking Oda writer. Should become the second Oda writer. Shadow ACS. I don't even think I know this guy. I think this is yet another guy. I don't know. Doesn't post anymore. Oh, he's a little bit smaller scale. Interesting. Yeah, Fuzzy, I'm looking forward to the finished product. Once these Tachie are done, I'm gonna be a lot of my days is gonna be writing. So we'll have some writing clinics and stuff. That'll be fun. And I'll regularly show what the only thing I'm gonna hoard is just any castle stuff that like is like plot important and shit. That will get hoarded, but otherwise I'll be very transparent about everything I write. Like I'm actually gonna translate the game on stream even straight up. So that will be interesting. We'll try to figure out how to make it as decent as possible. Holy shit, what a fucking king. 360p. So the day he died. Fuzzy, you genuinely I've seen a lot of like aspiring writer types and stuff, and you do genuinely have a hold on a lot of things that most people can't, like most aspiring writers just cannot get past. So you should definitely believe in you should trust the plan, because you kind of pass the, you know, You pass that kind of test, so I'd say believe in it. Unless you want to focus more on art, I mean, that's always valid. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot he's with Eggy now. I might have to check them out. I don't even know what type of stuff they do. I did know that he was with Eggy though. Is that? Oh, okay. That's just some shit in the ZTS song. Thought that was an ad for a second. It's about to freak. Monkey is irony weaving card. A friend of mine. He's a friend of mine. That's always why I didn't like watch Monkey, because I always got that feeling. But I mean, that's not really why. I just honestly like don't. Like I kind of de-invested from that scene in general, but the thing about me is like I'm shockingly like forgiving and patient with people, like with the irony weave thing and stuff, just because I get that like that's been culture up to this point. Like, you know, no one has sat down to actually move things forward properly. So I'm just like, okay, whatever. Thinking about rewriting one of my older stories. Not sure it's a good idea to start new projects like that. I would, before I got really comfortable starting and finishing stories, I would, typically, I would typically try to focus on finishing drafts and stuff. Like as long as like a draft of whatever I'm working on exists, even if I want to still work on it, I would usually then let myself like open other stuff. Short stories though are always good. Like you can always. I always recommend always having short stories going at any given time. Which honestly I should be doing myself, but I literally can't justify the time if I'm going to be writing at all. I mean, I technically have written some like short, you know, silly short stories for Japanese output practice and stuff, but nothing like, you know, nothing like serious or anything. Mostly just like trying out characterization things and some prose stuff and stuff like that. But yeah, obviously other than Castle, I want to finish that. I want to finish the friggin' novel that I have started. I'm strongly considering after Castle gets like 2 chapters out, maybe 3 chapters out, I'm actually strongly considering just gamifying, just making into a game using the same system as Castle, so it's almost like a bonus chapter. I'm very strongly considering turning that novel into just turning it into a game, like if you know, just like a normal VN with very light gameplay aspects, same system as Castle and everything, just as a way so I can sell something on Steam first, just so that Castle doesn't, you know, so I can get my foot into Steam. I think that would be cool. So I'm strongly considering that. So if we were to see that come out, it would probably be around summer-ish next year or something. Hard to say exactly, but it's definitely on the menu. If I'm putting out the Castle demos and stuff, and the chapter releases are If they're just like absolutely just cranking in serious numbers and interest, then I probably would skip that and just. But I mean, it'd be cool. So maybe I would just do it anyway. I don't know. One thing I'm worried about is, of course, getting rejected by Steam for, you know how they will like reject shit with anime art style sometimes. So it would be nice to like test the waters ahead of time and stuff. That would be really nice. You get at least 12 sales. Yeah, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. All the real ones will show up. Colin, I've been trying to improve my writing more than drawing currently. Well, that's good. I mean, we need writers for sure. We always need more writers. We always need artists too. There will be no. What I would be trying to get on Steam for this novel game thing would have no arrow. I don't know if maybe I would consider though maybe just to like, I mean just because I personally like it. I'd rather say I made an arrow game than an all ages game, just because of the cultural implications. But yeah, I might do like a patch thing if I think it's a good idea. I haven't. It's not like Castle. I ground up planned to be like. Again, it's not officially arrow gay. It's gonna have a. Someone will anonymously upload a patch. But yeah, I planned it for that. Whereas this is just like. This I just planned as like a basic like light novel type plot. Yeah, you could trade GOG as well. Yeah, exactly, Alnu. It is basically RNG. Exactly. Yes, the gesture book's going to be sick. We are making sure the gesture book is sick. The gesture book will be the type of thing that, I will even use. So it's going to be a good one. Enormously says. Would you say that the vast majority of people come for the arrow and stay for the story? Back in the day, it was always. Back in the day, it was definitely always people coming for the arrow. I think somewhere in the O's that stopped, and it became people coming for the story, unless it was a artist specifically or brand specifically known for being like, very fappable. I think that's how it went. In the current, I feel like the current market though has reset a little. I feel like we've taken a few steps backwards in a bit, and I feel like more people would come in for Arrow now compared to say 10 years ago. I literally was just that's probably an indication that I'm on the right track then. I feel like it has increased the amount of people who read Arrow gay for Arrow. I feel like that has, we'll have a shitload of pose drafts. It will have I don't know the exact number yet, but yes, it will have enough to keep you busy with very detailed explanations and breakdowns. You'll be able to coldie to your till your fucking till you reach freezing state. Because each pose comes with like 4 drawings, I think. I think we're doing it that system, yeah. Each pose is 4 drawings. And each one of those drawings offers like a different like acquisition, like pose, like element of posing, like thing to acquire, so to speak. So yeah, it will be very useful. And there will be more. There'll be more of them. There'll be, we'll be putting out. We'll be putting out volume 2, volume 3, whatever, and they'll all be themed and shit. Yes, you're also an EOP from deplorable. True. I'm an Uner. Based Uner. No, it's all right. I believe you'll un-EOP yourself one day, man. It's alright. This expression's not right. This is not right. I've been like struggling with mouths lately. Yeah, because this is not right. The balance is being fucking weird. What does EOP mean? Yeah, Urban Dictionary. Opie Academy, GQ, yeah, let's fucking go. 1VN I know for a fact I want to read on stream. It has no arrow in the remake version, is Himawari. I hear it's good, and the reason I want to play it is because it deals with like philosophy about like the moon and like the meaning of the moon and shit. And I read a chunk of it. Like I read like maybe a fifth of it or something. It actually has a lot of Higurashi influence in it. And there is... We'll be reading the remake for... I mean, it's not really like a remake. It's just it's not like the text got changed or anything. It's just a different artist without the H scenes and with voice acting. So that's why we'll be doing that. I would like to play the original at one point. The original has nice art and nice soulful art and shit. And I'd like to see the H scenes. It has like a really like doujin feel, whereas the remake art is all like studio standard and shit. But yeah, it deals with like the moon and shit. And I genuinely don't know how to explain this without sounding like fucking weird, but one of the chapters in my game, I want the moon to be significant because okay, so you know the game Moon, right? Moon Remix RPG. Toby airplayed it, which is to say he didn't actually play it, he just read about it. And he took some things from it to make Undertale. The game itself, it's actually a good game, but the actual, like, writing of it... Okay, so Kara doesn't know what the game is. It's called Moon Remix RPG, at any rate. And I'm not even kidding. The message of the game is literally just like, Yusha man bad. Like Yusha, like a conventional Yusha that kills Maos. Yusha man bad, touch grass. Like you need to go simp women and shit. You need to go out, touch grass, simp women. And that's very relevant to shit I want to talk about, in the sense of like, I want to discuss some of these ideas, let's just say. And anyway, the moon is interesting. The moon is like it's an interesting piece of symbolism in that regard. And it's all I can say for now. But at any rate, I want to read Himawari I already planned all the plot stuff. Like, I already know all the scenes and all the plot beats. So it wouldn't affect the plan at this point because the plan's already locked in. Like, I've already made all my decisions about that. But it is nice. It can be nice just after the fact to, get a little bit more insight into a topic, even after you've already planned, even after you've thoroughly planned. It can help with the execution. Touch grass, good, simple, and I agree. You know, there is a you can't have one without the other. Nobody can define grass. Grass is just yeah. True, man. True. All right. I think I'm seeing this shit. All right, I'm just gonna draw in the other eye because this shit's pissing me off. Yeah, because like the aspect, the aspect that I find really important to, I hate saying respond to because it makes it sound like I'm like some fucking rapper making like a diss track or something, but. That's not supposed to be the point. But the point is that it's that there's a lot of like straw mans towards concepts of like, especially stuff that gets into like okay, I see. Especially stuff that gets into principles like conventional Yusha principles and stuff like that. There's a lot of, like, especially particularly in the West and stuff, there's a lot of, like, ugly ideas and stuff that fly around and stuff that I feel is, like, important to address. It's just going to sound kind of vague and schizo for now, but you'll see what I mean eventually. Yo, Bada. We are drawing a Tachie right now. We gotta get the outfit in a sec. Right now we're just trying to get the balance of the face right. Kind of sick of the, yeah. When you're sick of it, that's usually a good sign that if you go even further beyond, then you know you got it really cold. But you can stop when you get sick as well. I feel like, okay, neck is too thick. Let's go a little thinner. I think the shoulder's a little too large. Too. It's so fun. I used to be all about like small hands, narrow shoulders, all that shit, and years and years of copying female artists has made me be like so different now. Because they're usually about like big hands and they want certain things to take up space. And it's kind of changed my aesthetic priorities slightly. Okay, the eye is too low. Let's just pick this up. Alright, I think that'll do it. What Akige are we playing? Well, I would like to play, I would like to finally get back on, oh my god, what the hell is it called? The only word I remember from the title is Kito. Holy crap. Yes, that's right. Asa Iro. Kito sumi wa taru asa iru yorimo. That is by the well-known writer Shimon Yu. I don't like his writing style at all, I'm not gonna lie, but... And I read Itsusora, which was like a weird rushed mess. But it did indicate to me that the dude can definitely, like, is definitely, like, capable of doing something really, really good. And I heard that Asairo is basically, like, his revenge for... Like, it's very similar. It's almost like a reimagining of a lot of the same concepts in Itsusora. So... That would be a good Akige. The only problem is that, like, I have, like, no time. My media consumption right now is audiobooks. I'm not even kidding. That's my main media consumption right now, at the moment. Flux. Amazing art. You are knocking it out of the park. Lurked for a while. I just want. Wow, thank you, Flux. You are epic. Thank you for that comment. That just made my day. yeah. Fuzzy, that will happen sometimes. They'll do that. They'll release like really low quality things, so you can't call. Yeah. Yeah, production over consumption. Yeah, exactly. Audiobooks are fucking epic. That you can work while listening to them, at least. I've been going through Maho Iku. I listened to the first one so far. I forgot how much I love that story. Maho Shoujo Ikusei Keikaku. That's like my city. Like, oh, the cute, edgy shit. Like, I unapologetically just like love those tropes and stuff. And Maho Iku is genuinely quite well written. Are there stories you don't enjoy and dislike but you think are... Yeah, pretty much most like top tier stories are not my favorite. Like one of the recent like really top tier stories I just read was Saku Uta, and I only really liked it at the end. Like literally the end was the only part that finally made me like it. I didn't enjoy 90% of it. But it was fucking Kino though. And Jun Maeda, I firmly believe is the greatest literary man to ever live. I don't love his stuff. He's also my main influence, and I don't love his stuff. Like it's not like I'm like having a blast when I read his stuff. I like it though. I like it. I think my favorite of like the stuff I would consider objectively insanely good is definitely Index. Index makes me like Index could be half as good as it is and I would still love it. That doesn't really, it's a bit of an oxymoron though, or contradiction, because it's like there's so many concepts in Index that only exist because of how good it is. Like there's a lot of like just really high level, like just high level shit baked into its season 3. Yeah, okay. Don't watch season 3. Just read the books. Honestly, even as much as like after like episode like 5 of the show, it's compressing the art. Even if it has like some really strong episodes and stuff, and is generally those first 2 seasons are genuinely good shows. You still like past the first arc, you really genuinely like you need the books because it's just I'm sorry to the people who do not like reading light novels, but there's no substitute for them. If you ever learn Japanese, Will, I don't know if you know Japanese or not, but Railgun I like too. Railgun I like as well, but I consider them totally different things. If you learn Japanese, Will, definitely give Little Busters a read. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. If you do, though, at any point, remember I said to read Little Busters. Definitely do that. But yeah, Index, Ryu Kishi's writing I really enjoy too. Not super enjoy though. Like, yeah, Caro, you're in for a ride. It has its like, it's similar to Saku Uta in the sense that, like, I could see someone having a very similar reaction to it that like Saku Uta produces. They're very like similar in a lot of ways. Like a lot of the heroine arcs, like you don't even really get the point of them until you get to the end of the fucking game and shit and stuff. There's a lot of stuff like that, but the common route is so just immediately engaging. So just from the common route alone, it should give you enough momentum to just spring you through the rest of it. Summer Pockets was such a, yeah, I still haven't played it. Like, if it's not Maeda, I'm not going to hold my breath for it to be amazing or anything. What I read of it, I know Kai can do some good stuff, so I'm just expecting something like decent. No, I only read a tiny bit of Rewrite. I was really impressed with what I read of it because, you know, Romeo's a fucking king. Cross Channel's so fucking good. Like, if there's anyone I would want to see take over for June, it would be Romeo because, you know, he's so fucking good. I read it. What I read of the bit was really, really strong. What I did read, yeah, Ryu has a root, which I heard is like very. I heard it's like very Ryu, like it's a very Ryu type root. But yeah, Romeo's fucking. He's a fucking beast. And what I read, of the few hours I read of Rewrite, I was really happy with it. Guaranteed Kami, yeah, let's fucking go. How do you learn by reading Japanese? What do you do when you don't understand something because of grammar? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot. Yeah, just read. There's a book. Here, I'll grab it. I'll show you. This book, this is a good thing to have on your desk. During my first couple of years of learning Japanese, I would just kind of read through it, examples and stuff. It's called A Dictionary of Japanese Particles. Teniwoha Jiten by Kawashima Su. This is a good book. Yeah. Yep. Dictionary of Japanese Grammar. Core 2K Anki deck. And then from there you just mine words and you're pretty much good to go. It's very easy. And then mine, exactly. It's very easy to learn Japanese because, you know, because there's so much good media. And it's interesting and it's fun. And it's easy to hear too. It's easy to hear when, I mean, when you get males talking IRL and they're really slurring their speech, it can be a little bit hard to detect what's being said, but most people try to speak pretty clearly, so. Seiyus speak very clearly. I mean, sometimes you'll encounter something that you're just like, you get like a real Sora Mimi moment, but typically it's easy to hear. Kanji help a lot. Kanji make Japanese much easier to learn than other languages because kanji are constantly reminding you of the relationship between words and stuff and meanings and stuff. They add more connotation to words too. Stuff like that. So kanji are your friend. Yes, yeah. Chinese is whack, man. A lot of Hogan, yeah. Light novel is the only media I can currently consume. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people get into that, Botto. A lot of people who work, I know, light novels are kind of like the wagey medium of choice because of how convenient they are for slipping in. I always thought I could speedrun learning if I totally neglect the That would actually, that is half true, in that you would still want the audio like playing, like you'd still want to be listening all the time, like in the way I do. But reading is the heart of reading, is the absolute best way to. It's the people who read that, they're the ones that get ahead. Yeah, piece of mukbang. You know, I used to be able to do like mukbang shit. I mean, I don't think this is much to brag about. It's like, oh, I could run really fast when I was like a fucking teenager. There's probably like a million other people that can brag about this. But when I was in my late teens and very early 20s, I could eat like I could actually like easily clear like restaurant like if you eat it all you don't have to pay challenges and shit. I was insane. I was like, well, I was basically bulimic, but like not like as a mental illness, just like almost like for fun. Basically, I can't do that now though. I'm like full blown old man. Like my fucking stomach collapses if I eat like more than I can handle in a session. Yeah, the avocado twist, that was fucking badass. Fun, believe me. Yeah, that avocado twist. I knew it was coming too. Like when it happened, I was like, yeah. Because there was like some people were like, there was like foreshadowing. Like there were like a couple of like videos on his like OnlyFans or something where you could tell like a dramatic amount of weight had come off. But yeah, it's fucking crazy. Everyone got owned. I was a believer. I was a Nico Cotto believer from the start. It was like based how he would dab on vegans and just raw, unhinged, like the way he would make people seethe is just like incredible. Because that's the other thing too, is like, yeah, little Imbo-ron. I don't know. That's a good question. I bet if you looked at his face carefully enough, like studied like which like wrinkles are there and stuff, you could probably determine. But he could always use makeup, so it's hard to say. Because that's the thing anyway. It's like even if you get like that obese, like he had a time where he was doing like really hard to keep up, like eating weird eating shit. Like you don't like easily forget the sort of muscle memory and sort of discipline, I guess, that like went into that. So like I felt the whole time like, oh, anytime he wants to lose this weight, he probably just could. And it's not like the main thing that stops people from losing weight is either like some kind of, you know, mental demons or stuff like financial discomfort or having to work too much. And obviously, like, he's rich, so he doesn't have to worry about that. So, you know, I felt it coming. Do I like Gachimuchi? I don't consider myself like a fan of them. Like, I have like a soft spot for them because of how much I like, you know, classic Nico culture shit. I wouldn't seek them out. Sometimes I would find one that was really funny. Maybe watch it once or twice, but yeah, I like it as a, you know, as a part of Nico legacy. It's amazing that it's just one of those things that will just like never be forgotten. Like there's new material or like new references to it, new significant references to it, like every year still. It's just a indelible part of you know, Japanese internet meme. Okay, we might actually get we might get close to finishing this because I have 1 hour left before I have to run an errand. A little over an hour. And we may in fact get this outfit done. So that would be pretty freaking sick. I'm getting a slight fucking headache, but not too bad. Gachimuchi or cookie? As in, which one do I prefer? Probably cookie inherently. Actually, like some of the art. I like unironically just like some of the art. And I think cookies. I don't even remember all the cookie lore, but there was oh my god, I think it's like offline now. But a couple people got together and they made like a pseudo gacha, like a pseudo soshige off a cookie. And that's actually how I found out about this one artist that I really like, who like I don't even know what he does anymore. I think he goes by oh my god. I could easily find him if I was to look him up. But yeah, I really liked his art and shit. And he put his art into some art into the fake cookie gacha. It was pretty funny. Westerns kind of met and even surpassed the quality of those types of videos. Guys like Mautendo, I've never heard of that. That's pretty fucking funny. Yeah, I guess it's a freaking international thing now. Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I remember this dude. Ah, fuck. I keep getting something is making Windows just. I'm pretty sure it's the image viewer. Yeah, it's just making Windows have an actual just fucking AIDS attack. Okay. Alright. Just one picture I want to pull up for reference. Q view. Alright, I'll note that. I'll type that out. I was trying to find a good viewer and I was just too lazy to look into it. Q view. Without Nico, we wouldn't have had MLG. Is that true? I didn't know that. I know we wouldn't have had like speedrunning with what speedrunning became and stuff. A lot of people forget that like speedrunning was like just a basic internet thing, but as far as like starting to take it like seriously and live streaming it, that was like literally like a Nico pioneered thing. At least for the games that people give a shit about, like Mars, well, used to give a shit about. Speedrunning's dead as fuck now, but like even as a freak show, it's dead. Like it's not even an interesting freak show anymore. ADGQ, yeah. Or AGDQ, yeah. Shit is so funny. It's so, yeah, AGDQ. It fucking sucks. They shut it down. Like 2015 was the last good one. Oh my god, if you haven't seen these two, oh my god, they're not quite as well known as like the Chibi incident and shit, but the Crash 2 is domestic abuse. Oh my god, that shit is so fucking funny. Oh, come on. Okay. Yeah, this... I actually downloaded I found the original VOD. Oh, I think the other one might be gone. Suicidal speedrun. Yes, and this video. Oh my god. Shit is so fucking funny. Oh no. Shit. Yeah, this is the seat sniffer. Oh my god. Dude, this shit was just, it was insane. It was just a non-stop just ride of ridiculous shit. Yeah, I can't help but like keep up with it a little bit now just because it's like, I was literally in 5th grade. Again, kind of revealing my age, but like, I was literally in 5th grade. Or no, I was in 6th grade. I was in 6th grade. This was before even like, yeah, the dinner pic. Oh my god. This was before like Cyclemic was even a thing. Like, I was like following fucking speedrunning back then. And yeah, it's just like one of those things that I can't get away from. Even like, I'm sick of it. If like, it feels like a party where all the cool people left, but it's just not fun anymore. It's so dead. But I still check in with like Goose, Average Trey. It's sort of my I don't know if you call that a guilty pleasure, but it's not even a pleasure at this point. It's just nothing at this point. Goose especially. Goose's speedrunning is the most degenerate act that man ever came up with. He was so funny. I consider him, this is obviously my very biased personal opinion, but I consider him the most natural born entertainer of all time. Like, he was like, his streams were like fucking magic. His streams were fucking magic. And yeah, he's so washed up. Oh my god, he's like... Yeah, it's exactly. Goose's rants on speedrunning is the pinnacle of speedrunning. Yeah, well, Caro, believe it or not, it's very rare for anyone tuned to actually dominate in speedrunning. They participate in it at a high ish frequency, but they are like never dominant, almost ever. At least in any games that people actually care about. They typically set like really low kind of standards for themselves and stuff too. Like there was this one that played that Ocarina of Time guy. I actually don't even know who you're talking. Oh well, when Cosmo, yeah, when it happened. Oh my god, that's like one of the most like insane stories ever. After it happened, he was never competitive again. Like that was the end. Once the whole transitioning started, like he was just. It was a very similar situation to Digibro. It was like, just kind of picture how things went for Digibro, but he didn't descend as hard or bad as Digibro. Like he's actually like, and I think he's actually detransitioning now even. There's hints, but yeah, because like he wasn't like married or anything. But yeah, what happened was like he got like cucked or something by some other speedrunner dude. Like literally, the GF thing. And then what happened was he was invited to go to the like Pokemon, or not Pokemon, the like Nintendo World Championship thing. And in front of, it was him versus this dude John Numbers. And literally while like Miyamoto was watching and shit, he had a melt. He had like an actual. If you type in Cosmo versus John Numbers, this video is like this is harder to watch than like live leak shit. This is one of the most brutal videos on the internet. So basically, Cosmo just has an absolute meltdown, and he plays the game like a literal girl, while John Numbers just wrecks him. And this was all happening. He was supposed to win, because he was clearly supposed to be the better player and everything. And so John Numbers wrecked him. And it all happened in front of Miyamoto. That was his one chance to meet Miyamoto, his one chance to be impressive in front of Miyamoto. Blew it hard. And the transition happened shortly after that. For, reasons you can imagine. And that was then he descended into madness. And he was never competitive in a game again after that. It's crazy. Crazy shit. This is because of hasn't played RTA. I read a theory that Digi became a woman because has a low opinion of them, so he thought well, that's kind of like typical. Like a lot of, it's not like people do the whole, true now transition thing because they like, typically they're not natural born. I mean, I don't know the science of homosexuality, but there is this concept that like it's because of corn, if you know. Yeah. Yeah, because there is this concept of, exactly, there's this concept of more natural deviants, and they're like the much smaller, the natural sexually deviant types, and they form like the much smaller population of like homosexuals and stuff, and they actually tend to be more secretive about it, and they tend to not be political about it, stuff like that. But then there's a type like Digibro who, yeah, they're just kind of the product of tragic events, like literally getting fucked over by his wife, cooming. He was a coomer. He coomed nonstop. Yes, didn't have a good father. There's just no end of things. It could just go on and on. It's just very sad. It's just, Fumofu's stuck in the fucking cage, man. I feel you, bro. I'm going to try to get on each day, though. Because I want to knock out these last Tachie. We only got 4 more after this one. So, we are getting there. Not in the entire game, but for all Chapter 1. And it's pretty downhill from there. Like, there's not much work that needs to be done. Per chapter after that. Like, the amount of work that needs to be done for the first chapter just eclipses the amount of work that needs to be done for later ones. Have I seen Silence and... Yeah, when I was a kid. Yeah. Between real ones and Buffalo Bill types. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. As much as the idea, like, might be a little bit disturbing, it is true. There are always natural born deviants. Like, there's really no getting around that. But they are not, like... They're not, like, common, you know? They're not, like, the norm. And just because you're a natural born deviant doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna, like, do fucked up shit. Like, you could actually be a good... You can be a good person otherwise and stuff. Natural born deviants usually have a better understanding of their deviance and more control over it and stuff. Whereas people who live a tragic life, yeah, they tend to, you know, a lot of what they're doing is a form of soft suicide. Like a slow burn suicide of sorts. And yeah, it's tragic. It's tragic. And yeah, very bad experiences with women, like Digibro had. He had a very, very bad experience with his wife, so, and other negative experiences. Result of Beatrice. That's such a good fucking term. It was chicken and egg, Kara. It was kind of both at once. Like, things were getting rocky with his wife, so he starts doing that, which made things get obviously rockier. Like, they're not going to get better if things aren't going well. Beatricing is certainly not going to make them go better. So that's kind of what happened. I could tell in his Steins get 0 be there. Men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous boasters, despires of those that are good, etc. Signs of the times. Yes. Yes, indeed. I feel like I gotta check something real quick. I feel like I made the arm too long. Could be in my head. I tend to like making arms short. So. Oh no, it's fine. It's, well. Let's see how this. I'm gonna knock it up just a tad. Just a teensy bit. Fuck. Yeah, that's fair. You know that plot point about Beatrice's wife? Miyako got. Oh wow, that's crazy, Colin. I did not know that. That's fucked up. It's ironic too because it's ironic because it's not exactly the most, you know. It's a tragic plot point. It's certainly not like an intuitive thing to use as your. Well, maybe they just enjoy the story. Maybe that's, you know, it's a godly story. Maybe they're just enjoying the story. Just have to look at it like that. Keto thinking. Wait, did I say that right? No, I said that wrong, didn't I? Carol literally taught me that fucking word. Well, you didn't teach it to me. I read. Yeah, it's keto. Yeah, I saw it like once or twice. I just didn't bother to remember. I still can't believe that I love you thing. I'm surprised I never ran into that. Yeah, no, that's absolutely like the truth. It's just like I don't even bother to dissect how they're thinking at this point because it's just like, come on. It's just it's like you're not gonna find anything that even makes sense in the first place. It's just all top to bottom screwed up. Alright, I think we are... Oh, I didn't have to actually draw that. Well, no, that's fine. That's fine. I forgot. Alright. I'm happy with this. We can do the outfit now. Let me just go over the hand real quick. Actually. Yeah, like yeah, exactly, like the Yoroshiku, the Yankee shit. That one you can't avoid for sure. There's a couple others too. I don't remember them though. Well, there's the ones used for like fucking country names and shit. Like, I think like England has one. Oh shit. Alright, this jacket's gonna be a little bit annoying to draw. But we will figure it out. What happened to my splits? Why are they all... Oh, okay, there we go. Alright, I got about an hour before I have to shut off the stream. Let's see if we can do this. Let's see how much we can get. I honestly don't think I'm going to get the whole clothes drawn, but... This is actually very fast compared to... This is, I think, 3, maybe 4 times faster than I was months ago, so... Yeah, that is a good sign. I mean, like 2 years from now, this will probably feel yet slow as shit, but we're getting there. Alright, so I think the first thing is getting in the... No, I haven't been keeping up with Fish Tank. The problem is no one I regularly talk to watches it. So I haven't been like being kept up on it. But if there's anything if there's anything noteworthy, let me know. Base, let's go, Fuzzy. Drawing while tired is the essence of professionalism. Season 3 has been good. Bert. Sleep is for the let's fucking go. I might have to check it out then. Probably a better thing to put on than my go-to background noise is always like, well, again, other than Japanese shit, but like my fainter background noise is always it's always like speedrunning bullshit. But again, that shit's just depressing and over at this point. So. It's just cooked. Oh, they got a director cam on. Let's pull it up. Ball gifts are magic, man. What the hell is this? Okay. Damn, he's got this thing running 24/7. You know? I guess that's the point, because it's the whole point of the whole premise. He's got to be making a fucking fortune from this shit now. Jeremy Gold also has G. Thoughts on piracy? I think like the minimal amount of like, you know, Taisaku type thing is good. Brain is going weeb. I can't think of the word. Countermeasures. I think the normal amount of countermeasures is like just. I think it's important for companies to like make sure that like if you're selling a product that like the normal place of selling it is still the most convenient as far as just like popping in your whatever and just downloading and having it work and all that shit. But I am pretty sure that otherwise it has been proven that it does not actually hurt the profits when the product is something people actually want. I believe that has been more or less proven. So that's pretty much my thoughts, like. And like obviously, like I hate how you know, stuff has moved to like live service shit stuff. Like obviously, like, you know, some good stuff gets made for that. So like unfortunately you gotta just like be a cuck and accept it sometimes, but I hate the fucking live service model. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Shit. Awful. Yeah, exactly. Many people who pirate will pay, absolutely, if they actually like your shit. Cause like a lot of the time the piracy is just the difference between someone who would just never touch your shit becoming a fan of you. Which even if they don't pay you, they'll typically tell someone that you're awesome and stuff, or generate discussion about it and stuff. So a lot of the time, it's just the difference between like this person would have just never. It's just that's it. You would have never, you know, crossed paths with this person, but now they're a fan of yours. They don't pay you, but at least they're a fan of yours now. Yeah, exactly, Will. Like when there's like an income and stuff, typically it's natural to just want to pay. I mean, it's again, as long as it's like kept the most convenient option. I mean, a lot of people are just gonna do it. So, you know, I'd much rather, if something's on Steam, I'd much rather just hit buy on Steam than have to make sure I'm getting the right, you know, the right free download and whatnot. I mean, I just bought like a 500 yen game on DL site the other day. I think I just typed its name into Nya real quick. Just like, okay, I'm gonna be an asshole and I'm gonna see if Nya has it. Nya didn't have it and I didn't think twice. I just bought it. Cause, you know, I'd much rather do that. And there was a period where I had a pretty good paying job. Again, not to reveal my age, but it was a long fucking time. It was a long time ago. And I was like a buying fucking machine. I was a total buy-tard. Like every single week was like Christmas, there'd be a new package coming in. So I am that type. In high school, I argued with a couple of Redditors about IRL who just said, just don't play it. Yeah, exactly. Not everyone gets a salary from their parents. Yeah. No, it's retarded because it's like, you know, like for example, especially amongst young people, because young people tend to be very influential on discussions and stuff and how something is perceived, you know, in just general internet circles and whatnot. And you know, I want as many young people as possible to like play my shit and stuff. Like, you know, any you know, I just like to imagine people possibly having the equivalent experience with something I've made that I had with the stuff that was most influential for me. Like, that's a huge motivator. And like, I know how fucking annoying and hard it can be to actually get something bought when you're a kid. So it's just like, yeah, it should always be an open option. There's a lot of like third worlders and shit too that just have like pretty much no means of getting your shit otherwise. So if you want to have like some kind of influence on them, then you also need to make sure that there's some kind of avenue of that type of thing open. Gabe Slave here. Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, exactly. Nyarskepe. Sometimes I'll download games from AB. AB's kind of annoying because you have to see it. My only console was a Wii, and I to buy like 2 games. Not on the Wii Shop. That's hilarious. Was one of them Super Pepper Mario? That feeling when having gotten in boy. Oh, Sonic Black Knight and some sports game. Yeah, I mean the moral shit is fucking weird. Cause you'll get like both sides are super fucking creepy. You'll get like the not like all media should be free fundamentalists. That shit's fucking creepy. The other side, yeah, obviously can be really fucking weird. Yeah, consoles had, back when like the industry was like in its prime and shit, consoles had a really positive effect on the whole thing in many ways. Cause like I had a period when I didn't know as much, where I sort of became like almost like disillusioned with the concept of even consoles. Like, oh, like, well, what even is an N64 other than just you know, a computer that's so and so strong? But when you actually look more into the consoles and you start learning how they worked and stuff, that pretty much couldn't be further from the truth. Like, the N64 wasn't just like a weaker computer or something. Like, it was a actual framework for design. It was a philosophy of how to design, and it was literally a fundamental, like, it has built-in aesthetic suggestions. It has built, you know, and that was really meaningful. And I would like to develop for, you know, kind of do like what Kaze is doing at some point. I would really like to do that. I would like to make I absolutely want to make an N64 game at some point, because N64 is my city. N64 will always be the thing I I truly love. But yeah, a Famicom game would be really cool. I don't know what else, but definitely an N64 game and a Famicom game, without question. Exclusivity combined with engineering engines to work on specific. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. PS2 is definitely arguably the peak of gaming in terms of the quality to quantity ratio. It was pretty insane. It set fixed parameters by which the studio could work. Yes, exactly. I intensely dislike how you need permission to publish a game. Yeah, that's lame. Yeah, exactly. Well, the red tape. I mean, the industry is just so, like I said, it's just so fucking cooked. Like every single thing about it is just designed to. The fact that we even had these products that were interesting and stuff, and like products with artistic and sometimes even literary value. It's just so, it's all ironic. I mean, the industry was just such a mess. Just so much red tape and weird ulterior motives, and it's such a mess. It is truly such a mess. Alright, the question is, do I want a piece to kind of like go over like that or not? I'm not sure yet. Let's just leave it like that for now. Yeah, what's so funny, Caro, yeah, it's funny you say that, because it's like literally the way that the permission thing started was... Wait, what? Hold on, let me get some water. But yeah, so like not dissimilar to what we have now with like how like most like indie games and stuff are junk that you would just never want to play. Basically, the industry was just cranking out like so much garbage and shit. And so like Nintendo got this like brilliant idea of like making like actually like strong games with like actual like art direction and good music and like rigorous UX testing and shit. And so yeah, so that, and then they literally revived interest in video games by like actually making interesting shit. Which is why they were like, you know, yeah, they kept that policy of like it should be difficult to make on console. Of course, they kind of broke it on the Wii which is why the Wii has so much shovelware. But yeah, it's definitely interesting as far as that factor goes. Yeah.
Yeah, we need the Otis seal.
Yeah, yeah. So we were saying how like it would be fucking badass if we did like a Nintendo thing. Like we start like slapping like we make like an Otis seal equality. So if you're like a fucking make like a based in otaku game, we can like slap that like so. Oh, that's how you know like that's how you know the games to go. That's how you know the games to go for. If it's got the Otis seal equality. Exactly. A lot of those games were not good, Chris. Yeah, it just filters out the true shovelware. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Will we ever get one where they start being... Yeah. Probably not, but what's cool is the N64... Like, these consoles will always exist. Like, you can always make an N64 game. I don't know how that works from, like, a legal perspective. But at least you can do it. You know, at least you can make one. Which is cool. We have to ride out the Dark Age for... yeah. Yeah. Even though Japan was involved outsourcing... Yeah, yep. The industry is just it's a fucking international hellhole. Like, so much gets outsourced to... these, like, kind of like sweatshop studios. Sometimes they'll outsource it and like they'll even get something like kind of high. Sometimes they'll do like a more high quality outsource, but even those will come with a lot of issues and stuff, or the quality will be like spotty. It's just every game I'm seeing looks so like bootleg and shit, or even if it has like a really high quality core, it'll have like a bunch of aspects that are like bootleggy and shit. It's just, yeah, it's not good. It's not looking good. And yeah, we just have to hope that people, because like what needs to happen is the smaller dudes start getting like serious. Like we need those like rigorous standards and shit of, you know, like I was saying, like actual you know, strict art standards, strict you know, like art directing standards rather, strict UX standards, you know, a narrative idea to the work, all those things that made people like the games they liked in the first, you know, the things that typically if you like games, it's not because you played, it's not because, I mean, I guess with Zoomers now, sometimes it's because they played like a sandbox game or something, which is kind of a different type of, it's kind of a different type of relationship with the thing that I'm even talking about, but most of the time, like, what really got people to like games was like a, you know, some kind of substantial artistic core to the product, some kind of actual, you know, actually, and yeah, like exactly, Carol, like actual like medium-sized studios tend to be ideal for that. Like something where the core team is just, you know, around that, you know, probably about like, I'm trying to think, yeah, because usually like with artists and stuff, you always want like a couple core lead artists, yeah, like usually it's like, it's usually gonna be, I don't know, I can't think of the exact numbers, but yeah, you probably had the right ballpark. Fuzzy reaching the limit, yeah. Go even further beyond. No, I'm just kidding. Just don't push it. It all stems from computer memory growing. So yeah, API is getting more Tawake friendly. Yep. Lots of bad shit from that. Time seal of quality. What is that? I don't think I've heard that. Yeah, the build your own engine pill save gaming. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, exactly. Console hardware is find the character. Yeah, game engines now. Yeah, Fuzzy. That's pretty much a good way to go about it. That is probably a good way to go about it. Yeah, the exclusive thing is kind of retarded. I'm guessing the exclusivity stuff is gonna... Yeah, making an engine would be fucking cool. It would genuinely be cool. Maybe I'll hire Kaze. I'll hire Kaze and get him on that. There's like a bunch of features I can think of I would want in an engine. As far as like the actual philosophy of how to go about it, it would be a decent bit different than like, you know, your Unity or woke got type philosophy. I don't like the way those are set up. Like I don't like their philosophy. And like for example, I won't be even using the collision. I'm using my, like, as far as like what, not that I'm making like an action game, but I do not like their collision systems and stuff like that. I think it's so much of it, I think, is built out of like making it easy to make slop, while making it hard to make something actually really good. I think I need to change this. This needs to be more of a... Fox Engine's Alaskan engine, yeah. Time seal of quality was just... Oh, yeah, yes. Yes, of course, yeah. I had a... I had a lapse there. But yeah, exactly. Unreal Engine's a cancer, yeah, I agree. Yeah, exactly, Fuzzy. Like, I am by no means... Like, with how little I even have time to game, As far as what's already been made, that's interesting, and as far as like what few things do get made that are still interesting, like I'm not like needing more by any means. I'm certainly not running out. As far as my own consumption concerns are had. At this point too, I'd probably rather. I find it more fun to mod than to even play at this point, honestly. Like the thought of just modding, you know, just modding Mario 64 or modding Pokemon or modding Zelda OOT or something, like that's just more fun to me than, you know, getting into a game in most cases. No, just to go. Even for everyone. Yeah, Fuzzy. I'm really looking forward to playing the entries I haven't played yet. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be worse than... I know like all the spin-offs are worse than the original 4 main lines, but I still enjoy them. I have been watching some of the new ones in GKOs and stuff, and the new writer they have has been solid. I think it's a woman actually. She's been pretty solid. V and V2 will always be peak. V and V2 are godly, true Kamige. 1 will always be my favorite. Oh shit, my mom's calling. I like get a headache from streaming too long anyways. Ninja Gaiden Dio, yeah. Oh, Kami, yeah, yep. Those engines, exactly. I started to port Saya to Renpai. Just like how Renpai is a sequential system that makes putting effect. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I actually watched... I watched the entire 1 year after Dan Salvato put out his Cringe. He did a stream where he talked about the development of it. And I actually watched it all for educational reasons, and when I saw him talking about it, he kept talking about all the things he had to wrestle with the engine for, because it was Renpai. And I was like, yeah, that doesn't sound appealing to me. I really don't like some of these like philosophies these things are made with. It's like they're not thinking about the things you might actually like want to or need to do. Go dot woke got, yeah, woke got. We're using woke got. Because it's free and versatile enough. It's good with 2D too. Like for example, at one point because I was using like mixels, as some people call them, like mixed resolutions with like, you know, I wanted some sprites were displaying their pixels at like 3 times the size and stuff like that. Yeah, Dad's he's a fucking wreck, as he should be. But yeah, I was making the game with like mixels and shit. So like the actual window displays at 1280 by 720, but like a lot of things are displaying at like 3 times their size and stuff. And like at one point I just converted the game to like true 428 by 240 display, and it was like really easy to do and stuff, and like that type of thing would be like madness in Unity. So we're pretty happy with woke dot. It hasn't betrayed us. It had some drama with one of the devs being an Ivan or something. I don't think I know that term. Probably just spurging. Oh, okay, yeah. That's pretty fucking funny. That is funny. Yeah, the whole thing is goofy. It's just goofy as hell. But yeah, it's so funny. You get these like ridiculous you get a lot of like, you don't need to know how to code propaganda in the indie game sphere these days, especially, and that type of thing just gets worse and worse with time. It's insane. That's one of the things I think is really stupid with the whole game maker thing. Because it's like, one of its like advertising points is like you sort of don't have to code, but you kind of have to use its scripting thing anyway. And now it's like a mix of having like no coding skills and the engine itself just doing fucked up shit is like causing Deltarune to like collapse on its own weight or something. They have to like update the entire engine just to, yeah, it just sounds like a fucking joke. Like if he just knew how to code in the first place, which he certainly had time to learn, none of that would be happening. Reminds me, Toby made a post on, because he's been posting on Blue Sky. He implied he doesn't work on weekends, despite the fact that the game is like years overdue. Me, I'm working on weekends. I'm putting every day in, so running up on that ass. Yeah, those weird visual. I hate that shit. It is horrendous, Colin. I know a lot. I know a lot about it, and it's fucked. Did you know that in Deltarune, the contents of an item box? Okay, so like when you open a treasure chest, guess what they're determined by? They're determined by the room you're in. I shit you not. That means if you're wondering how do you put more than one treasure chest in a room, the answer is you don't, obviously. That is a real thing. I don't even know how that happens. That's the level of spaghetti. He said all cutscenes were just stacks of if and else's and like yandere dev maxing and the whole nine. Yeah, the whole thing's a fucking joke. And then there was a video recently where I actually got like the top comment. I got like nearly rated to the top comment. It was this video by some thought that was like, Undertale wasn't coded well, therefore you don't need to code games well. And I just wrote this comment. I'm like, no, that makes no fucking sense. Deltarune has endless problems because of this, etc. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, here's my comment. We're at 11:44. There was some like weird Toby heads having a fucking mental breakdown in the replies. No, not that one, not the pirate software one. I didn't even know he talked about it. I was right after I dropped chapter 1 of Castle, I was gonna I am planning on making a video. Like, it's not gonna be like an A-log. It's not gonna be me like, I'm not gonna say anything like unfair or like, it's not gonna be a drama vid. It's not gonna be a drama vid, but I do want to make a video just sort of discussing how you know, some of the more negative aspects of you know, Kobe's legacy on this whole scene and shit, and you know, kind of discussing some pros and cons and shit, because you know, I'm trying to bait comparisons as much as I can. I'm trying to spark some kind of rivalry thing going. And yeah, that was gonna be one of them. Just the whole like competence issue, the whole like setting like a poor, you know, setting a poor precedent for so many things. One of the things I was gonna talk about too is like how he literally gave people the wrong idea about the art. Yeah, people don't know about Cave Story anymore. That's insane. That's insane. It's funny because like a lot of people do consider Cave Story like the first true like indie game in the modern sense, which is, I guess I would agree with, yeah. Which is crazy because it's a fucking Japanese game. But yeah, it really is. And I mean, it was an influence on like all those first wave guys in indie games. Like, it was a big influence. So Yeah, it was free. It was freaking freeware. Bigo School. Yeah, Caro. I remember Bigo School. Bigo School was kind of epic. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, if you consider that an indie game, that's where indie games peak.
Yeah, that's where indie games peaked. It's so funny because like I tried to play Cave Story multiple times, but like I always would stop after about 5 minutes because I think I'm just too like it's an extremely impressive product, but I think just what it inherently lacks from only being one person was just like too much to grab my interest. But it's clearly a really impressive game. I first downloaded it once in like 2006 when I first heard like, oh, it's free and some dude fucking made this. I was like, what the fuck? So I downloaded it and I tried like playing it for a second. I was just like, I stopped playing like instantly. But then it was put on the DS WiiWare store or whatever, the Nintendoware store or whatever. I downloaded it on the Nintendo store and then I tried playing 5 minutes again and I just stopped. I just ADHD'd right out. But obviously, yeah, it's a very impressive product. I know, I'm sorry. That's just how I am. Like, when I don't get hooked by a thing, like, I'm like fucking, like I go hard. I go hard with how much I don't get hooked by something. People were telling me how I should play Factorio because it's so addicting and I could implement elements of it into my game. So someone gave me a free download of it the other day. I lasted 2 minutes. I had to get out after 2 minutes. I couldn't play it. Didn't catch my interest at all. I just could not play it. Really, like, yeah, Lisa looks really impressive too. I'll probably play that at some point. Aside from Undertale, which is flawed as fuck, there aren't many good indie RPGs. Yeah, that's the impression I get, Colin. That is the impression I get for sure. I did try playing Omori as well, which, because the art was good and the music was good, held my interest for like 2 hours, but man, that's all I can say about it, that the art was good and the music was good. That's it. That's all I can say. Yeah, you need to be on this. You need to be on the spectrum. Draw curly braces penance. All right. Yeah. I'm kind of getting tapped out on this Tachie right now. Anyway, I have to go to the store in a minute. So. I need a clear view of her outfit. Okay, I see. I always thought his designs were nice. They had good appeal to them. A good feel, good overall feel. I wondered if we were trying to figure out like how much help he got from other people when making the game. Yeah, there's not a lot of good RPGs. There just is not a lot of. There's not a ton of good ones. personality is completely guessed. So I'm sorry if it's out of character.
サビサビみんな入れちゃいます完成さあみんなが大好きなサビサビみんな大好き楽しみなんだよねみんながそんなトラウマっていうステージだからさどのくらいの僕くらいになれば余裕だと思いますけどねじゃあこっちの方戻ってこのまっすぐはここは何に触ってるのなんだ
Yeah, he was a Nordic Chad and could kill Toby. Yeah. Exactly. She's right-handed. Yeah, let's do this. Oh, son of a bitch, my bad. Just had a moment. Started my live 2D tag question. Yeah, no, I'm liking it. I'm liking the results, man. I'm pumped. It's funny because when you did that, I also was like at the same time. I was like, I took a couple days to like learn how to do like vector art to make my YouTube videos better, which are like very similar things. So you're kind of like doing that type of thing at the same time. I think you're gonna go farther though, because I just needed to know the raw basics, and I was like, all right. But if you can get like a really sick thing going, I'm pumped to see it. Okay, she's got joints. She got doll joints. She has doll. The more your story drags, the dream parts of the game are basically... Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, what the fuck? That's a manga that cuts that out. Wow. Goku switching to SSJ to SSB. Yeah, as much as I agree with criticism of that JRPGs are worth a lot of criticism, I will also cringe a lot when people criticize them, because usually just because something is worth criticizing doesn't necessarily mean it's the right thing to criticize it. If you know what I mean. Maybe that's I think that's a very weeb way of thinking. I think it's a Japanese way of thinking. That is sometimes... I feel like people could, you know... I feel like it's a lesson people could use. Spent a lot of time on arrow gauge here. I think like rants, a little bit of rants is like my only real exposure to that type of thing. Alright, I need a better image of what kind of... Okay, I see. So it's like a tank top type thing. A lot of criticisms too with games, like people are like a lot of time people are barking up the wrong tree. Also too, that doesn't help either. I have not drawn this type of shirt before. I literally don't even know what the hell I'm doing. We'll figure it out in a sec. Let's get the hair in. It's got like a epic super ahoge. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see. Tonelico. Can we slap the soundtrack on? Need those bangers. Yeah, let's do it. I've never played those, but I would like to at some point. The art is super nice. I finally started getting into, kind of, like for my standards of getting into, finally started kind of getting into the RTA games a little bit. Like I played a little bit of Iris, and I was working through Ryza a little bit. I'm enjoying both. I am enjoying them. Yeah, Earthbound. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. The egotistical thing is always, yeah, a red flag. Like typically if someone tries to build a platform on saying another thing is not good, it's always a thing to be, it's always a good reason to be a little bit sussy of that person. Oh, come on, Windows. Yes, like most Western Fiat creators. Very true. We've seen some doozies from those. This one's really nice. I don't think we're gonna be able to do a shoulder one. Do something like that. Yeah, let's go. I'll finish this doodle in 2 seconds. Alright, let's just get the gun going. What does the gun look like? Yeah, the art's super friggin' good. I'm excited to play those at some point. If it's a like I think like when you get those like RPGs where they actually brought, they're like effectively glorified VNs. Like a lot of those can be great. Like those can be obviously like I love, like obviously the classic like I was just saying, like Neptune V and V2, if I was to even just judge those as like VNs, I would consider them like really, really like really great VNs. So, and Utawaru is apparently fucking great. So that can always be like a really good deal. That's really how you justify the medium. You just make it you just basically make it a VN.
4ライフル言ってるから結果マイナス1。いきますか。このバーンジョーと風の大冒険。最難関スペースがね、このサビサビ港。いやー、コメントでやっぱり皆さんおっしゃるんですよ。
Let's see, what is this? It's a second belt or some shit. Some kind of. I legit do not know how to draw this type of thing. So at least get this thing out. It's not the pose I want. I want something a little more. I don't even know why I'm bothering multiple layers at this point. I don't know what the hell happened down here. Let's just do that. How long? Okay, it's supposed to go quite long. Getting owned by my lack of long hair experience. You just need some kind of other lock to cap off the back so it doesn't look stupid. Well, whatever. I'm gonna throw in the towel here. Let's go. Alright, I gotta get off stream now because I sadly have to run an errand before it's too late. But yeah, here's my apology for not being able to have my interest held. It's Curly Oats. It's Curly Brace from Cave Story, the original indie game. He escaped the cage, but yeah, sadly, we are signing off. But I will be on tomorrow, for sure. Like to do another Tachie. This is what we got done today. We didn't get the outfit drawn, sadly. But we got pretty far. I knew I wouldn't get the alpha drawn in this amount of time, but at least we got the rest in. Not a bad deal. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that was big out of comfort zone moment, but yeah, good night everyone.